Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to call the Standing Committee meeting for March 16th, 2021 to order. Council, are there any changes to the agenda? Seeing none. Administration, any changes to the agenda?
No changes. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd look for a motion to adopt. Councillor Hawes.
I'd like to adopt the agenda for Standing Committee meeting March 16th, 2021. Sorry. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you, Councillor Hawes. Council, all those in favor? And that was carried unanimously. Thank you. That brings us to our first item, Citizens Minute with Council. Citizens Minute with Council, residents are welcome to speak to Council about issues, events, celebrations, or concerns. The floor is open at the beginning of the meeting to the public to share with Council members, administration, and meeting observers. To ensure this time is constructive and welcoming to those participating and those present, the guidelines to the public for meeting with Council are: keep your discussion as brief as reasonable and to the point. Refrain from asking questions of Council or administration, as this is not intended to be a Q&A session. And speak respectfully, as the use of abusive, insulting, or aggressive tone or language will not be tolerated. That said, Ms. Anderson, are there any citizens that would like to speak to Council today?
Yes, there is Mr. Jan Vasboten. I believe he's on.
Mr. Van Boston or Von Boston? Boston? Von Van Botten, are you there? Hello? Hello, Jan, can you hear us?
He's just coming in again.
Hey, can you hear me?
There you are. I think we can hear you.
Yeah, sorry, my laptop didn't work. Okay, hello, Mr. Mayor, Town Council, and Town Inn. Today you are being presented with the latest version of the park agreement between the town and the Hinton Disc Golf Association. While we appreciate the effort put into this by town admin, we did ask that this be postponed until a later date. The reason why is because we just don't believe that all the necessary information is on the table to allow for a decision to be made. While this deal seems to give us a fair bit of autonomy, we are still getting our heads around the idea of the club having so much liability put on us. For one thing, we struggle with trying to figure out why $5 million of coverage is needed. Even the insurance broker we are dealing with thought that was way overboard. We received notes from a lawyer yesterday, and we haven't been able to sift through them yet. There doesn't seem to be anything too serious, but there are a couple of points that should be looked at. However, the most important thing to us is that we do not have a clear number yet on how much the insurance will cost us. We are waiting to get an official quote. Best educated guess is around $2,000. Months ago, when the $8,000 was budgeted, it was done so with a totally different agreement in hand, one that didn't see us paying so much insurance. While we appreciate that money is tight for municipalities these days, if asked which of the options presented in the agreement you should go with, we would be forced to pick the one where town admin and council find another $2,000 on top of the $8,000 budgeted to help us cover the costs. Doing so would allow us to keep building such an awesome recreational opportunity for locals and tourists with much less fear of the club executive and volunteers burning out. Thanks, and feel free to reach out for more information.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Mr. Vesbotten. As you know, this will be coming forward as an action item later in the meeting, and I'm sure Council will have some questions for administration regarding your presentation today. So thanks.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Council, or sorry, Ms. Anderson, is there any other citizens that would like to speak to Council today?
No, there are not.
Okay, thank you. That brings us to our first action item for today, the temporary mandatory mask and face coverings bylaw review. CEO Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There really isn't anything to update on this item tonight. Again, most of the calls coming into our CPOs and our bylaw office are seeking clarification on the bylaw, the provincial restrictions. there's been no enforcement by our CPOs over the last week or last 2 weeks. So nothing really to update today.
Okay, thank you, CEO Olson. Council, are there any comments or questions? Councillor Nelson?
My question is around, at some point, it's expected the province will change their mask mandate. And has there been much consideration given the challenges that that would cause to the municipalities and our ability to enforce those?
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. CEO Olson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess to clarify the question regarding the mask bylaw, your question, to paraphrase, would be whether that would create issues for our CPOs to enforce our mask bylaw if it's in place with other provincial restrictions rescinded.
Councillor Nelson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I just look, if it's a month from now and we still have the municipal bylaw in place and, regardless of our case counts, if there's big news provincially that they've eliminated their mask mandate, how that would be either communicated or enforced, and if it would bring significant challenges to our organization, both political and enforcement, and just the overall buy-in from the community. So yeah, just curious if there's any thoughts around that, and potentially a future motion to, I don't even know what it would look like, but I just want to make sure we're not caught flat-footed if the province makes a bunch of changes, and then we're kind of trying to, at the moment, figure out a strategy then. So.
Okay, so accommodation if the province were to lift the mask mandate, and what that would do in terms of council's reaction to the municipal bylaw. If I'm understanding what your question is, Councillor Nelson. Okay, CEO Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So if should the province rescind components of their restrictions, including the mask component, at that point, it would trigger a conversation, I think, with council at the next council meeting, or potentially through a special meeting called to address this one item. There is nothing within the mask bylaw that triggers the rescinding of the bylaw aside from the will of council. So at any time, council can consider this bylaw being in place and whether they wish to alter the bylaw or to rescind it. So if should something materially change with the province, it would trigger a conversation with council, reach out to the agenda prep committee to figure out exactly where that would fall, if it's within a regular council meeting or a standing committee meeting, or whether this needs to be something that's brought forward sooner rather than later. I can't speak to what the impact would be on the community. As far as our CPOs and enforcement, currently with the bylaw in place, it hasn't overwhelmed their workload. So I would have to see and report back if that was the case.
Good, Councillor Nelson.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. I guess that does bring some questions to my mind then, follow up on that. Seeing as there's only one regular meeting per month right now, and it might not be the most constructive thing in the world to call a special meeting just to consider rescinding the mask bylaw. Would it make sense to have a standing motion in place if that were the will of council that could be put into effect if the province makes any changes to the existing mask mandate? CEO Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's absolutely something that council could consider, creating a motion that would prompt that. As well, if council wanted to consider that for either for the next meeting, which is a regular on the 23rd, or for the 6th, administration can take a look, and when we discuss the mask bylaw next, create a recommendation to council, either verbally or sent out beforehand or attached to the agenda, that might help council navigate that.
Thank you, CEO Olson. I believe the next time the mask mandate, the mask bylaw review comes before council is April 6th. Is that correct?
That's right.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Nelson.
I think building off of that, part of me in my brain thinks, if we're looking at making changes when the province makes changes, then why not just get rid of ours and fall into line with the province? But I think the same thing happens where if we get rid of ours prior to the province getting rid of theirs, it creates that public confusion. And so and again, maybe something we can look at in the future, but if there's a motion that just ties our bylaw to provincial decisions, I think that could be the most concise way of making sure that citizens aren't confused and we're not running into unintended consequences and confusion. So I appreciate the dialogue. Thank you.
Council, if that's the will, sorry, I'll go to Councillor Magoon first. Councillor Magoon.
Mr. Chair, I wanted to hear what you had said before I share, so I'll just withdraw for right now.
Yeah, I was just going to make the comment that if that seems like a logical next step or a direction could be furnished to administration to bring something to the April 6th meeting that council could consider, that being the next time that the mask bylaw comes for review again. Councillor Magoon.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Now I'll just take a moment. I appreciate the conversation and the questions so far. I think there's certainly, in some elements of our population, there's folks who are concerned that this is, one of those bylaws that's just going to sit and that council doesn't really have any desire to review, which I think is, it's not correct. But we're very much wanting to make sure that our processes are in line with what's happening provincially, as was mentioned by Councillor Nelson and yourself, Councillor Ostashik. So I just, for any members of the public who happen to be watching, this is something that council is absolutely cognizant of. We want to make sure that we're sending a unified message between two different levels of government while respecting and maintaining, safety for our citizens. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Magoon. Council, is there anything further on the temporary mandatory mask and face coverings bylaw review today? Okay, seeing nothing, we will move on to our second action item, proposed Hinton Disc Golf Course operating agreement. Oh, Mayor Michaels, sorry.
Yeah, my apologies. It was a late reaction. I'll share my thoughts. I think it would be good to give direction for administration to have that in front of us for April 6th. If we want to tie our bylaw to the provincial bylaw, I think we should give that direction tonight. So I know I haven't heard from all councillors, but I would assume it would be a request for decision pertaining to tying our municipal mask bylaw to the provincial one. I don't know if that would be the proper wording or document, but I would support that. So I guess my question to CAO Olson is, would that be a request for decision directed by council tonight?
Thank you, Mayor Michaels. CAO Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through to Mayor Michaels. Some direction to administration to bring forward either a report or just some direction for council to consider. Likely we put it into our report template, bring it forward for council's consideration and discussion. Just to clarify, in tying the bylaw to the provincial restrictions, a potential motion would read that upon removal of provincial masking restrictions, that the municipal mask bylaw be brought to council for discussion at the next meeting. I just want to make sure that I'm getting the gist of what council's saying in tying it to the provincial restrictions, that we get that right.
Michaels, did you want to respond?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd be glad to give that direction with the help of CAO Olson in framing it. And if we can see it, I think we're close. I see a lot of heads nodding. And at least it creates a good conversation for April 6th for us to say, hey, do we want to do that? So I'll gladly make that direction.
Thank you, Mayor Michaels. Did we want to get that hammered out before we go to council for discussion? Mayor Michaels?
Up to the will of council. I'm prepared to just put that direction on the floor, see the wording, and then I'll be amenable to any changes.
Okay, well, let's get that direction put forward then, and then we'll go back to council for discussion. So I'm not sure who's got the wording there. Mayor Michaels, if you want to take a look at that and make sure that captures the intent of what you were thinking.
Yeah, I think it's high level enough to have that report for April 6th, so I'm good at the moment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Michaels. Council, comments, discussion? Councilor Magoon?
Sorry, whenever it maximizes and minimizes, my buttons change. Part of our Zoom world, so please accept my apologies. Yeah, I really appreciate, again, both the conversation and that idea. I think if I remember correctly, one of our biggest concerns early on with masking was that we felt that there wasn't clear unified direction by both municipalities and the provincial government. And in fact, I think many municipalities were crying out for very clear direction on the part of the province. And I think it only makes sense now at this point when we have it, that when the province decides to repeal that we're allied and that we're unified moving forward together. So I'll certainly support this, barring any exceptional circumstances that I'm not aware of. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Magoon. Councilor Nelson?
Yeah, I don't have the wording in front of me exactly, but to me, I think using a word like alignment rather than removal would be something I would more happily support, because for all we know, there can be a third wave, there's variants, there could be, this week it would make sense that the province would get rid of it. There's every reality that in a month that province could expand on that and make it more strict. So I think just tying it to alignment it gives us the opportunity to see different things and have different options when it comes in. I guess it'd be 3 weeks. I think in 3 weeks we'll probably learn a lot, as we seem to every couple days with this thing. So thank you.
I'll go to Mayor Michaels. I'm assuming that's directly in relation to Councilor Nelson's comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I really like that suggestion. I think that's a word we're all comfortable with, so I'm amenable to changing the word to alignment, if that's okay. Ms. Anderson? Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm good with that. Thank you.
Great. Okay, thank you. Councilor Hawes?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to Councilor Nelson. I would be in support of this with the alignment, because I mean, that word removal it could be, but I think the consistency between the province and our different levels of government and municipal, I think is, and it's been up in question in regards to that. And if we align it with that, I think that's a better option for all that's involved. So I definitely support this coming forward on April 6th. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Hawes. Council? Okay, seeing no one further, we would see the direction, please. The direction requests that committee direct administration to bring a report to the April 6, 2021 regular council meeting for alignment of the provincial masking restrictions and the temporary mandatory mask and face coverings bylaw. Council, all those in favor? Opposed? And that was carried unanimously. Thank you, Council. Council, anything further before we move on? Okay, seeing none, we'll move to our second action item, proposed Hinton Disc Golf Course Operating Agreement. CEO Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A proposed partnership agreement with the HDGA has been underway since the fall of 2020. A draft agreement was brought forward to Council in November of 2020, and prior to bringing the agreement forward for approval, an additional legal and insurance review took place. The updated draft attached to this report of the agreement supports the association in minimizing challenges and operational difficulties that a nonprofit can face, while allowing the association to maintain ownership of the assets. The process that administration and the association undertook over the last several months saw significant collaboration between both parties as the agreement was revised, with the majority of issues sorted out prior to bringing it forward tonight. The ownership of the assets does include responsibilities of property insurance and the obligation to inspect and maintain the assets. The agreement includes the funding component that from the town that was approved by council in the 2021 budget of $8,000 to be split between operating budget and reserve contribution. To recognize and adjust for the increase in insurance costs, administration has recommended that the agreement funding be split $4,000 to operation and $4,000 to reserves, as this would allow some flexibility to the association to manage payments of insurance premiums as that is worked out. As we heard tonight, they have not received a quote, but had some estimates that they were working within. The HTGA also has the opportunity, should this agreement go forward, to come forward during the civic agency presentations to council during the budget year and make a request for their allotment to be altered. So perhaps the reserve contribution increased to the $5,000 as was originally intended. So the recommended action tonight is to proceed to regular council for a decision. As stated before, it came forward the way that it did. It was slated to come before the end of March. Most everything was worked out aside from the insurance pieces. Really wanted to get this in front of council for discussion and to look at moving this forward. With the slate of items coming forward through the month of April, the next opportunity we would have to discuss this with council would be into May. So determine that we bring it forward tonight to start that conversation with council. I do have Mr. Von Claveren and Ms. Howarth present tonight to help in answering any of council's questions on the process with the agreement. And at this point, I'll turn it back over to council. Thank you.
Great, thank you, CA Olson. Council, comments, questions, discussion? Councillor Haas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Really, first of all, I thank you guys for doing this. I mean, I didn't see anything, overarching that with difficulties. I guess the one question, obviously, that was brought up with council, there seems to be some discussion in that with the amount of coverage, and if maybe administration could speak to a little bit to what their information they've gathered about the insurance, the liability. There was mentioned a $5 million coverage. Is this standard? Like, can we speak to this a little bit of this concern?
Thank you, Councillor Haas. CA Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through to council. So I'll start. I'll also look to Ms. Howarth and Mr. Von Claveren to assist me in answering. The process that administration took in reviewing the agreement after the first time that it came to council, the legal review and the insurance review took place. So what was included in the agreement was based on our insurance provider's recommendation of $5 million. So that's why it was included as such. It was the guidance that was provided to us by our insurance provider. Council has the latitude to review that risk and liability and to make amendments as they see fit. Administration, working outside of the advice of our legal and insurance providers, wasn't something that we were comfortable doing.
Thank you, CA Olson. Councillor Haas, are you good?
If I may follow up just one quick, so I guess this is from our service provider, which I'm guessing, and would they have looked at other golf associations and the liability of their courses and things like that? They would have been some comparisons there, and I'm certain that would also be looking at, what would be the cost to the town, because we are connected to them now. So, but did they compare it to others to get this value? Are you aware of that, or is this something just from our insurance provider is recommending?
Thank you, Councillor Haas. CA Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will actually look to Ms. Randall to assist in providing an answer. She's our insurance coordinator as well, and she was our conduit to our insurance provider through this process. Ms. Randall.
Thank you, CA Olson, through to council. So we sent it to our insurance provider for review. I am not sure who he compared it with. It's just standard in agreements that it's usually a $5 million liability coverage.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Randall. Thank you, Councillor Haas. Councillor Magoon.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And again, I apologize. I'm going to sort of extend off that same line of questioning. obviously what we've heard from the user group is that 5 million presents a potential concern and a financial impact to the society as a whole. But balancing that against the town wanting to make sure that we're respecting our own liability and ensuring that we have enough coverage there. Is it possible, and would it be, too onerous to perhaps check with a couple other insurance providers to see what they would recommend? Because again, it's sort of, I feel like there's a bit of he said, she said. Our insurance provider said 5 million, whoever they referenced, they said 3. We want to make sure the town is covered and, try to make this doable and easy for everybody. Is it possible to go look at a couple other providers and see what they suggest to get a feel for what's out there?
Thank you, Councillor Magoon. CEO Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I mean, it's always possible to take a look at what else is out there. I believe, in Ms. Rendell, if you could correct me if I'm incorrect, but I believe our insurance provider is AUMA. Is that correct? So the advice we're getting is the advice that all municipalities would receive.
Thank you, CEO Olson. Councillor Nelson, did I see your hand up?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. To me, I'm ready to move along with this, but I think my question is more, is there something within the agreement that we can give them flexibility on operations versus capital? We've already approved the budget with $8,000 in it. And to me, if we can give them flexibility to utilize more of the $8,000 towards operations than capital, which would include insurance, then come October or September, when we're reviewing these and going into our next budget year, we have a better understanding of the actual costs and investments and all of those things. So, to me, budget's approved. Let's figure out how to get creative within the budget that we've already approved and look to amendments to the budget in the future capital or future budget years. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. I guess, was that a question that was directed to administration? Is that to council? If there's a will of council to provide some flexibility, or you could clarify?
Yeah, I guess the specific question would be, would it be realistic for an amendment to allow more flexibility with the operational proportion prior to this coming to regular council for decision?
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Nelson. I guess that would be to administration then. CEO Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through to Councillor Nelson. I think that is possible. It was that intention that brought forward the 4-4 split of operations and reserves to provide that bit of flexibility, especially in the first year. We know that not everything is well understood, including the insurance premiums and that financial impact. So that is something that we could work with. And as well, as I mentioned before, through the civic agency's presentation, the Disc Golf Association is invited to come and speak directly to council on how the year went and make any further requests as they see fit.
Thank you, CEO Olson. Councillor Haas.
Actually, I think Councillor Waugh had his hand up.
Yep, I have him in queue.
Oh, you do? Okay.
You were in
I didn't
queue quite
know.
a while ago, though. Yep.
Okay. No, I was going to make, thank you, Mr. Chair. I was going to make this comment already, that the flexibility in changing it to 4-4 ratio, I think, is to accommodate for the insurance. But I mean, granted, it's a little less in their capital, expediting capital plans and things, but I mean, it is flexible in that nature. So I mean, and I'm looking forward to this agreement and hearing in a year how, things worked out and for the next budget, and whether or not 8,000 was enough and need to be adjusted, but I'm confident that it can be made to work. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Haas. Mayor Michaels. Oh, you're muted, Mayor Michaels.
Oh, there we go. Thank you, Mr. Chair. My train of thought in hearing the discussion regarding the insurance coverage, albeit I don't overly like 5 million AUMA's recommendation, I can live with that. But to me, it's still a net loss for the disc golf course from their previous agreement. We were talking 8,000. Some new information came forward that these premiums would have to be paid. For me, I would like to just add to the operational budgets in years 2 to 5. I don't want to convolute this year. We already have a budget set. It makes it challenging. To me, this is a 5-year agreement with a group that provides a great service in our community. Why not add, I personally would like $1,500 extras in years 2, 3, 4, 5. That adds $6,000 to the contract. And it's close to, I think, a perfect solution. It's probably not perfect, but it gives that flexibility with these increased costs to not hurt their capital that they had planned for. We shift a bit more to operations. It could be 5,500 to operations, 4,000 to capital in those 4 years. We don't change anything this year, and they bite the bullet for this year because of the complexities of changing our budget, and it's a win overall. And then we bring this to council even in April if there's an addition of funds, and see the feedback that we get. I believe the group would support this, seeing the overall impact to the 5-year agreement, and we don't have a headache this year in dealing with any budget changes. So that I'll listen to the rest of council, but I'm prepared to make that motion later to add to operations in those 4 years, and then it would just be the amount of money that we're comfortable as a group moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Michaels. Councillor Waugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I just wanted to get an idea from administration. The insurance component of this agreement, is this consistent with some of the agreements or funding agreements we have with other nonprofits in our community? Or is this something relative, a new component?
Thank you, Councillor Waugh. That was a question that I had as well. If this is kind of a standard thing for user groups that use town land, CA Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll look to Ms. Howarth for some assistance.
Thank you, CAO Olson, through to council. We do have a few of these in the queue that have some more history than others. So definitely they're all at the $2 or $3 million level. And as they get renewed, they will all be placed at this level. So of course, over time, we have new recommendations that we follow, and so they will all be adjusted to this new standard.
Great. Thank you. Good, Councillor Waugh. Follow up?
Yes, thank you, sir. If I could go back in the queue at the bottom, that'd be great. Thanks.
Sure. I have myself in queue next, and just wanted to make the comment that I appreciate the flexibility that's already been recommended by administration to change the agreement from 3 and 5 regarding the split between operations and capital to 4 and 4. That gives an additional $1,000 in leeway that the Disc Golf Association can use to help cover some of their insurance premiums. That said, I'd like to see this move ahead today, that we can get moving forward, firm up the plans for the Hinton Disc Golf Association so they know what's going on, we know what's going on. At this point, though, I don't think I would support a motion to change future year funding until we hear back from the Hinton Disc Golf Association after their first year of operation. They're still seeking quotes from insurance companies, is my understanding, and they may be able to get a reasonable price for $5,000 worth of coverage. I believe they're currently paying $700 a year for the coverage that they have now. So we're talking potentially a $1,300 increase. We've already granted them $1,000 leeway, so that's only a $300 hit. And I also too want to remind anybody that's listening that this isn't taking money out of the Hinton Disc Golf Association's pockets. This is $8,000 that they didn't previously have, period. So that a portion of it having to be committed towards ensuring that they are adequately covered in the event that there's something happens, I don't think is an unreasonable request, and it still leaves them, at $6,700 to be able to do what they want with in terms of capital and operational expenditures. So, like I said, I'd like to see this move ahead today and not make any decisions about future funding until we hear back from the group at some point in the future. Thank you. And I had Councillor Waugh in queue again.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess my question is for administration. It is about timing. We heard from the president of the association that he would be more comfortable if the organization had a chance to vet the agreement and get some firm quotes before this is brought forward. So I guess I wanted to ask, if we move this forward at standing committee tonight, is there a chance to adjust or adapt to any concerns from the Disc Golf Association after they've had a chance to more thoroughly review the situation?
Thank you, Councillor Waugh. CEO Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through to Councillor Waugh. So the recommended action tonight is to bring the agreement and this report forward to a future regular council meeting for decision. It gives some latitude to council to I guess, adjust the decision that they make with that additional information. Bringing this forward to a future council meeting would likely be the April meeting to turn that around. So administration would work with the group to understand that additional information, incorporate it into the report, and bring it forward to council for decision. So there is the opportunity to reflect on the additional information included in the report to the agenda for council to review and reflect on prior to making their decision.
Thank you,
Okay.
CEO Wilson.
Thank you.
Okay.
Oh, appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, council. Mayor Michaels.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to put a direction on the floor to direct administration to amend the draft disc golf agreement to indicate a $5,000 operating budget. Sorry. To indicate a $5,000 operating budget for years.
I lost just one. Can you repeat, please?
To indicate a $5,000 operating budget for years 2 to 5. And if I may speak to that, Mr. Chair.
Yep, please.
So in hearing, I think everyone discussed this. Mr. Vasbaden said that he thought it'd be around $2,000 a year. The report from administration says an increase of $700 to $1,400 approximately a year. I think adding $1,000 right away aligns with both of these two things. And if we want to move on and deal with other things, this is much closer. There is going to be a cost for a $5 million operating agreement. I think this, I personally would want $1,500 extra, but I think $9,000 a year in years 2 to 5 gets us closer to an agreement. And I do really listen to these user groups that say that there are volunteer burnout. Many of them work, so I know we had no funds allocated to them, but that's how we lose these groups that put on great amenities in our community. And I really believe a 5-year agreement that equals $44,000, if my math is correct, is a great value in return to the Disc Golf Association. To me, this is a small amount of money to add to get closer to something that they are seeking. So is it perfect? Probably not, but I know the way it stands right now, we're going to spend more time getting that number right. And to me, administration's report and their quote, let's pick a number close to that and move forward with it and move on to other business. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mayor Michaels. Just before we move on, just to make sure that the intent is captured, your intent is to add an additional $1,000 to the operating budget for years 2 through 5. So to summarize, this year would be a split of 4,000 and 4,000. And then for years 2 through 5, it would be a split of 5,000 and 4,000. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Waugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not going to be in support of this at this time, and the reason being is when we get a firm number, when the group knows exactly what their insurance increase is going to be, as opposed to just a quote, I'd be more than welcome to entertaining some sort of increase to their allotment in year 2 to 5 to reflect that. But I'd rather deal with real numbers as opposed to just kind of ballpark estimates. There will be a chance to, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, Admin, but this can be adjusted in the fall when they come and make a presentation for next year's budget, can it not?
Thank you, Councillor Waugh. CEO Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That is correct. Through the civic agencies process and the presentations prior to budget, they can come before council and indicate, how the year went and if they're seeking any adjustments.
Excellent. Yeah, and for that reason, I'm going to wait till we have real numbers, and it can be dealt with in the upcoming budget process, I believe. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Waugh. I had myself next in queue, and speaking directly to the motion, I won't be supporting this motion either for similar reasons to Councillor Waugh and what I'd indicated earlier. It's not that I'm not in favor of the increase in principle, but I do want to see how they get through the first year and if the additional monies are required, and for council to be able to consider it next fall during budget deliberations when we do know some real numbers. And I think an influx of $8,000 this year represents a significant additional income or revenue for the group, and that they can put that to good use and still be able to accommodate the insurance increase this year. So like I said, I won't be supporting this particular motion, but I do look forward to seeing the group being able to move ahead. Thank you. Councillor Magoon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I will be speaking in favor of the direction on the floor. In the same way that we can say that we'll want to hold off and change the budget at a later date when we have more solid numbers. I suppose one might be able to make the same argument that we can make the necessary changes that we see right now to demonstrate to the user group that we're very interested to move forward collaboratively. And then at a later time, when we receive more detailed numbers, if there's a need to change it, then we can make those same changes. So in my mind, it's, 6 of one half dozen of the other. Again, as the mayor has indicated, I think we've heard some background discussion that's important to take context, that we want to make sure these user groups feel supported, especially when they're contributing, and there's some real effort into developing some real gems in our community. So in this way, I think what we're doing is we're demonstrating that we want to support them, and that we're willing to look forward later on to fine tuning the numbers as need be. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Magoon. Councillor Race.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I too would like to be seen as someone who does support all of our user groups. However, in listening to Councillor Waugh and Councillor Stashik, and in knowing that they are able to come back to us in the fall, I will not support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Race. Councillor Nelson.
Yeah, I won't be supporting it simply because we've approved the budget and we've approved the operating budget for future years as well. And because of that, I think anything that has budget implications on future years, we should have that those discussions with all of the information present, understanding that things change and insurance change and lots of things change. I think if we have an opportunity to make the decision with all of the information, that's the right thing to do. So if it was a change for this year, I'd actually be more amenable because I we know what we know this year, but for future years, I just don't see the purpose. And I don't want to see us change it now and then them come back and say, we actually need $11,000 a year, and now we have to amend the bylaw a third time to have it be 11,000. So them coming back in the fall with more known information doesn't mean they're going to get less. It might mean they get more because they'll know that they need more to support the volunteers and support that burnout. So to me, the process we have a really good process that's laid out. I don't know. I think it's better for all parties if we just follow that process. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. Council. Okay, there's no further comments, questions, or debate. I'll call the direction to question. Before we call to question, I just want to look to administration, make sure that the proposed direction provides enough clarity. CEO Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 1 second, please. One point of clarification, perhaps including the overall budget amount as well, because that is really what's changing too. So $5,000 operating budget for years 2 to 5, bringing the total contribution to $9,000 annually. Changing from 4 to 5 could indicate that the reserve contribution is reduced to 3,000. So appreciate the opportunity for clarification.
Thank you for that, CEO Olson. Mayor Michaels, are you okay with that change? Yes? Okay, great, thank you. Okay, sorry about that, Council. Okay, now we would call to question the proposed direction. The committee direct administration to amend the draft Hinton disc golf agreement to include a $5,000 operating budget for years 2 to 5, bringing the total contribution to $9,000 annually. Council, all those in favor? Opposed? And that did not pass. 2 to 5. Council, anything further? Councilor Magoon?
Yeah, just Mr. Chair, again, for anybody who's not familiar with the process, I think it's important just to restate after that motion that didn't go through, that I think as a council, we're very much looking forward to getting further information from the Disc Golf Society to find out what the overall implications are financially moving forward with this partnership, and that in no way does that demonstrate any kind of lack of support. I think, again, the will of council is that we just want to get some more solid numbers. And when we have those, we can firm up that agreement and ensure that we're making the right decision over the long term. Again, we want to make sure that the community sees that support. Thank you.
Thank you for that input, Councilor Magoon. I think those are important points to know and consider. Council, anything further? There is a direction required so that this can be moved forward if somebody wanted to make one. Councilor Magoon?
Well, I guess just a question because, I want to see that the disc golf course, that the association is supported with their request for time. I would be comfortable making the recommended action, but my question for administration is, and this is, I guess, a bit of an assumption that I would see this, within the report that would come back to regular council, if I may, if administration brings a report back, but the society sort of at the same time says to council on the side, look, we haven't gotten all the information we want. We're going to need some more time beyond your next regular council or the one after that. Are we going to see that as at least a potential option within the recommendations from administration, or sorry, the options from administration, so that we can consider that? And will that be communicated to the association so that they understand that that's something council can choose to do if they request more time?
Yeah, thank you for that, Councilor Magoon. And if you don't mind, if I could add to that question, if administration could speak to if there's any risk in delaying decision too far down the road, I'd appreciate that information as well. CEO Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To start with your question, there's no risk in delaying. I suppose the only minimal risk is to the association, their ability to use the funds to support this season of golf if it's delayed too far into nice weather where they can potentially do some work in that area. This report would be, we would look to turn this around for April 6th. The content of the report would largely remain the same, except for the addition of the information that the Disc Golf Association would be able to provide us through their insurance quote, and as well the legal review that was spoken to. So it sounded like things were more or less okay, but they did want to reflect on that legal review of the agreement. This would provide them a couple of weeks to do that, and then to provide that additional information, we'd make the amendments and it would come back for April 6th. If council is concerned about that timeframe, direction could be provided to bring it to the May regular meeting for decision. But I would leave that up to council. I think it's adequate time to include that information and bring it back to council for decision. And I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, CEO Olson. Councilor Magoon, are you good?
Yeah, I'm good for now. I'll certainly, I may go back to the bottom of the queue. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Wall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. From a nonprofit point of view, and I've been through this before as well, I wouldn't want to press them to try and get their head around everything within a couple of weeks. If there's no risk to pushing it to May, I know from my perspective, the last thing I want to do is force them to try and come up with something in a short amount of time. If we can give them a longer landing strip to get consensus as a group about how comfortable they are, I'd rather push for May as opposed to April if that's doable. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Watt. Councilor Magoon.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And maybe a third way here is that if it was the will of council to give that time to the Disc Golf Association to push till May, but through our communication between either administration or the mayor, we made it clear to the Disc Golf Society that, if you have this information early, and you're ready to bring it to council, and it's important enough, if it's timely and it prevents you from getting work done, then perhaps that's a good opportunity to add a special meeting of council to a standing or something of that nature. So, thank you. Thank
you, Councilor Magoon. CEO Olson, did you want to add?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just to clarify, within the recommended action, it just states to a future regular council meeting for decision. So administration can liaise with the association and determine whether it is ready for April. If they require more time or would like to slow this down, then we could work with the group to bring it forward in May instead. So that gives a bit of flexibility in how it comes forward.
Excellent. Thank you for that additional clarity, CA Olson. Councillor Magoon, and then we'll.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I appreciate that, CEO Olson. I think that was just that reminder, that clarification I needed. I'd be willing to put forward the direction that committee recommend the proposed Hinton Disc Golf Course Operating Agreement between the Hinton Disc Golf Association and the town of Hinton be brought to a future regular council meeting for decision.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Magoon. Councillor Waugh.
Yeah, and I'll be ready to support this. I trust that administration will work with the group to bring it forward when everyone's comfortable. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Waugh. Council. Okay, seeing nothing further from council, we'll call the direction request question. The request that committee recommend the proposed Hinton Disc Golf Course Operating Agreement between the Hinton Disc Golf Association and the town of Hinton be brought to a future regular council meeting for decision. Council, all those in favor? And that was carried unanimously. Great. Thank you, everyone. Is there anything further on the proposed Hinton Disc Golf Course Operating Agreement? Councillor Magoon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Honestly, I just want to say thank you to everybody involved. Administration, the Disc Golf Course Association. Obviously, getting through the legalese side of these sorts of agreements is weighty and I'm sure very time consuming. But it's really important. It offers an extra added value to our community. And ultimately, that's what's going to benefit everybody. So thanks for your time, patience, and hard work. It's appreciated.
Thank you for those comments, Councillor Magoon. Council, anything further on this item? Okay, seeing nothing further, we will move on to bylaw number 1153, council procedure bylaw. CEO Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the work of the Procedure Bylaw Review Committee, a substantial reworking of the current procedure bylaw was undertaken. The result is a bylaw that is succinct and clear and assists in interpretation of the bylaw for council and administration. I won't elaborate too much more. At this point, I would invite members of the committee to assist in the introduction if they're comfortable in doing so. Otherwise, turning it over to council for some questions. I will highlight that Ms. Rendell is present. She is taking notes through the discussion, and we're capturing council's review of this tonight, making sure that we're capturing any comments or anything that we might need to amend later on. So at this point, I'll look to Mayor Michaels or Councillor Nelson if they'd like to add anything prior to council's discussion, debate, and any questions that council might have. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you, CEO Olson. Committee members, Mayor Michaels, Councillor Nelson, anything you'd like to add? Mayor Michaels?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, really just the overall context. A lot of changes, but this is for us as a council to own. So feel free to, we have to make this represent what we want. We kept saying 90% there. I don't know if that's the number, but I think it's better than it was before. Let's add that sort of flavor that represents our entire council and finally have a procedural bylaw that represents something that we act out and do and not something so confusing. So I do want to thank Ms. Rendell for her hard work and Councillor Nelson in the last few months to put forward at least something that's quite different and that's going to start good conversation and hopefully some positive changes that represents us well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Michaels. Councillor Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I think in addition to what Mayor Michaels had spoken to, I think just one process thing that I think could be wise for council to be aware of is as we work through the proceedings at meetings, it became really challenging to change the things that we felt and we've seen at council meetings that need to change without impacting 4 or 5 other different things. So it was kind of like gluing a fancy jar together that's been broken into 1,000 pieces, and you realize once you're putting it together, it just isn't going to fit. So just prior to our last meeting as a committee, we, at the advice of legal advice and the advice of Ms. Rendell, we basically started fresh with a template that was suggested by legal. So when it comes to the proceedings, there might, don't feel like you're offending the committee if there's some things you want to see changed. We didn't spend as much time on that. We wanted to make sure this got to council by the deadline. And again, if this needs to go back to committee for one more look or, whatever the next steps are, I think we're quite open to. And yeah, thanks. I'm sure everybody in this room can understand what multiple meetings in a row, multiple hours at length between myself and Mayor Michaels would look like. Thanks for your patience and encouragement, Ms. Rendell. So I think we did some really good work, but probably still a little bit of work left to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. Okay, if there's nothing further from the committee, I'll turn it over to council for comments, questions. Councillor Magoon.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I've got a bunch of yellowed items, but I'll do them one at a time out of respect for the rest of council. I'll start on page 26 of 82. It's a simple one, 4.1.1. And please apologize. I'm not trying to be trite or anything. Just a spelling issue on must be held annually, not, it says later than 2 weeks under organizational meeting. I'm assuming it's later. I apologize. Just want to make sure that we got everything. And then I will go to the bottom of the queue, if you please, Mr. Chair, to allow somebody else to jump up.
Thank you, Councillor Magoon. I had Councillor Race and then Wad. Is there anybody else that I missed? Councillor Hawes? Okay. Councillor Race?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to ask a question, page 26, and it would be section 4, 4.1.2b, the deputy mayor. So I'm noting that you're suggesting some changes there. I just wanted to talk to the committee about, having a deputy mayor appointed for a year. Can you speak to that?
Thank you, Councillor Race. Committee members, Mayor Michaels?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think there's a multitude of ways that councils could roster a deputy mayor. And in other communities, some use yearly. We didn't want to just change it to yearly, but why not give councils a blueprint for options? And if the council wants to stay to the 3 months, that's right there. But yet we lay out new councils the opportunity to go to a 1 year if they want to. And I think it's arguable what's better. You get more experience for everyone, but you get less consistency, right? So to us, it was just the logic of let's have an option for councils, and that was pretty much it. And I think we laid it out fairly well for councils not to be pressured in anything. It's just, here, you guys decide. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Michaels. Councillor Nelson?
And to build off of that, one of the background reasons for the change or opportunity for change is also, and if people have questions about it, those questions can be asked then too. But we've also changed the chairing. The mayor chairs the second standing, which was a result from reducing to one regular council meeting a month. So one of the challenges is that a deputy mayor could very realistically only chair 3 meetings in their entire time as deputy mayor, which could lead to a little bit more challenge in consistency and approach with chairing meetings. So that was part of the background as to this change as well. So just for context, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. Sorry, Councillor Waugh, did you have I had you in the general queue, then I saw your hand again. Is that related to comment question on this matter, or is it a separate matter?
It is related to this, to section 4.1.2.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to ask the committee and administration, with 4.1.2b, is the intent for a council to select how they're going to approach the deputy mayor position for an entire term? Or is this going to be something that they envision being up for debate and discussion every year? Because I do see some potential conflict with that. So anyways, I would love to hear your intent.
Thank you for that, Councillor Waugh. That was a question that was brought to my mind too. Committee members? Councillor Nelson?
The conversation and the consensus around it from the committee was that it would be annual, which would give the opportunity of if one thing's not working, you could rotate it. There also could be one of the conversations we had was a council could potentially start with rotating every 3 months, which would then get everybody at least one opportunity, and then for the last 2 years potentially go with an annual term. So it built in flexibility. I do think we understood this might be something that would be challenging and something that might need to be tested and piloted and seen what it looked like. And so we built that flexibility within the document. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. Anyone else from the committee would like to speak to that? Okay, Councillor Race. I'm assuming that's a follow-up to your original. Yeah.
Yeah, one of my concerns with having a deputy mayor appointed is there are times that being on a municipal council could be a popularity contest. And if you're not popular within council, you're not going to ever assume that role. And I'll tell you what an honor to be a deputy mayor representing the town at events that happen in town. It truly is an honor. And another thing I have to say, I've heard from time to time but not everybody on council is the best speaker, and we may not, run the best meeting. But how will we ever get better if we're never allowed to be a deputy mayor, to chair a meeting? So, that's one area that I'm not in agreement with. And I do have one more question, but I'll go to the end of queue. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Reese. Councillor Magoon, did you have a comment on this matter?
I absolutely thank you, Mr. Chair. This was exactly the matter I wanted to jump to. Let me just start by saying to the committee, I really appreciate your work. I apologize. Democracy, government, this is what I teach at school, right? So this is the kind of stuff that really gets me excited. So I apologize if I'm a little more excitable about this, and it's not in a negative way. It's just because I think, though, I do have a fundamental difference of opinion with this particular section. So I respect the work that you did. I just, this is one area where I do fundamentally disagree with the recommendations that are presented. I think if you're going to act as the deputy mayor, and you're going to, be the backup for the spokesperson of the community, ultimately that position more belongs not to council, but to the community as a whole. So I think to place the ability of council to control that position in 1 year chunks, I'm really uncomfortable with that. And I think Councillor Race really hit it on the head, is that you can't expect to build capacity in your whole of council equitably by choosing potentially, these one year blocks of times that could, if you have blocks of councillors who are elected, could amount to a popularity contest. I think that potentially leads to some bad governance and potentially doesn't allow for the fostering of skill amongst all councillors equitably. I think for a very long time, we've had a good system which equitably distributes time across multiple councillors. It gives everybody a chance to do the job. I've always been very proud of the fact that when asked, I get to say, we rotate through the deputy mayorship. Now, if that's not something we want to do, I would argue, then make it an elected position, right? Then elect very specifically a deputy mayor. But this, to me, this feels almost like a bit of a hybrid. And I don't think council, is in the position where they should be making those decisions on behalf of the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Magoon. Councillor Wallach, related to this, I assume. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess a follow-up question. If a deputy mayor is selected for a 1 year term or a multiple year term, was there any consideration to amending the remuneration policy? Because that does seem like that would be a broader commitment that might want to be reflected in the way it's paid. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wallach. Committee members, Councillor Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We didn't spend much time on that. I think the remuneration committee, it goes the opposite way. I don't think we're supposed to recommend things to the remuneration committee, especially as a subcommittee. So I think the remuneration committee would look at the overall structure and determine from there. But to me, I don't think this would be something. We don't look at changing the remuneration for existing deputy mayors for their time, and I don't think that should be a factor of whether somebody accepts a nomination for that position if council determined to go that way. But it's certainly something that I think we should be aware of and should be mindful of. But no, that wasn't a conversation we got into. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. Councillor Wall, follow up.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, and I can understand why it wouldn't have taken up a lot of time at that committee level. But just curious if there had been any consideration. And for me, Councillor Nelson, with all due respect, in our current system, we all shoulder the burden of deputy mayorship equally. So it was just something that struck me reading this, that if someone is going to be taking it on for an entire year, should probably be rewarded accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wall. Mayor Michaels.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. My train of thought for that is that's the decision of the remuneration committee, right? They'll see the new bylaw, they get input from the current council before they do it, and they bring recommendations to council, or that's how councils base their remuneration policy every year. So that'll be coming to us in the coming months. That was my logic for it. That's really not up to this committee to sort of decide that yet. That is a recommendation that should come from that committee in the summertime. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Michaels. Sorry, Councillor Nelson, did you want to add?
Yeah, I do think it would add complexities likely to that committee, in that the committee makes 4-year recommendations and the committee wouldn't know what the future choices of councils were. So potentially they would have to have, similar to this bylaw, kind of sub recommendations. And again, we could have that remuneration discussion, but I think I think most deputy mayors, although it would be more responsibility, it would also be potentially some more reward. So I'm not necessarily thinking it needs to be tied to finances as much as some of the other perks that that people talk about, whether that's something on a resume, or that's something as a just doing it because it's the honor to do it. It's no different than chairing a volunteer committee. None of us chair a volunteer committee because of the remuneration. We do it because it's a service. So to me, I wouldn't want to do it if it's motivated by remuneration, and I would hope that others don't too. But again, we are a different organization than most nonprofits. It is different than that. So, but it would be an interesting conversation to have when that remuneration committee came back, for sure. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Nelson. I myself in queue next. I'd just like to speak to it quickly. I do have some concerns with this and the multiple options that would be available for future councils regarding selecting a deputy mayor. I think that taking the position of deputy mayor is a pretty significant additional load of responsibility and time commitment that goes with it. Especially if it comes without additional remuneration and it's for a period of a full year. As Councillor Law said, right now it's an expectation of everyone on council, and that the responsibility and extra time commitment is equally carried by everyone on council. So I have concerns about that and how that would be addressed. But those concerns are secondary to some of the concerns that have already been brought up by Councillor Magoon and Councillor Race. I think municipal council is often the initial level that people get experience in politics, and they get all kinds of experience, not just, it's meeting participation, it's how government works, it's process and enacting bylaws. And one of the important things that I think that our council gets exposed to, that I think is a big bonus, is that they do get the opportunity to chair meetings and take on that additional responsibility and get exposed to it. And that rewards them, not just if they decide to move on further politically, but it also rewards them in their ability, once they're done with municipal politics, to be able to effectively chair a meeting, as Councillor Nelson said. If they're a chair of a nonprofit or anything like that, they know how to hold an effective meeting and make sure that it's managed properly. I think those are skills and benefits that come to people that are associated with this. And I would very, very much like to see our current system of the 3-month rotating deputy chair continue to be a thing moving forward. So if there is a will of council to move that forward, that's definitely something that I would support. Councillor Race.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't know if I should direct this question to the committee or to administration. I'll just put the question out there. Has consideration been given to having a parliamentarian review this bylaw? Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Councillor Race. I'll turn that back to administration or the committee members. I would have a question for Councillor Race, though, before we turn that over. What do you mean by parliamentarian?
A parliamentarian is someone who is extremely knowledgeable with procedures like this. And I know that Morinville has just redone their procedural bylaw, and they had a parliamentarian review and come back with changes, suggestions, and also was able to come and do a one-day session with them. So, they didn't just get the paper, they got the person, and were able to ask specific questions, and apparently really good money spent. So I just want to know if consideration has been given to a parliamentarian.
Okay, thank you for that clarity, Councillor Race. That helps me understand better. I think we got a couple people that wanted to respond. I think Mayor Michaels, you had your hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just going to defer to administration if they have any. It seems more of a question for them on their recommendations for that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Administration, anything, CEO Olson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So a discussion through administration hasn't included a parliamentarian, but has included legal review post this conversation and prior to bringing the bylaw forward for first reading. That is something that we can look into. It's not something I'm familiar with. I don't know if Ms. Rendell is familiar with it at all. Can't speak to whether that was discussed within the committee, but there are certainly options for additional review that that council could undertake or direct administration to provide.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, CEO Olson. Councillor Nelson, did you want to speak to it as well?
Yeah, I think so. And I actually really appreciated Councillor Race through this process. We've shared quite a bit, and she's brought ideas to the table. And ultimately, we talked a little bit about that, potentially having a parliamentarian come in and teach council and train council. And I think those things are really good ideas. The challenge for us is to add more layers in would require updating of our terms of reference, potentially with our budgets, and also would have impacted our timelines to a point that we wouldn't have been able to get this to council. So to me, if council's looking for something other than just a legal review, then a direction could be made or a motion could be made in order to accomplish that and bring that forward within kind of our scope. So we were just careful to stay within our scope. Thank you.
Great. So I appreciate that, the input very much. I did have, I think, some councillors that were still in queue regarding 4.1.2B before we moved on to other stuff. So if we could go back to that, if that's okay. At Councillor Magoon, I believe.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to furnish a direction, please.
Okay.
That committee, oh, sorry, Wendy.
Just wait, make sure Ms. Anderson's ready.
Yeah. Oh, shoot. And I can't see it now. Hold on a second. There we go. Committee amend draft bylaw 1153. Section 4.1.2B to reflect a 3-month rotating term of service for the position of deputy mayor. And Mr. Chair, if I may speak to that.
Please.
Thank you. You know, I really, truly do appreciate the new and novel approaches that the committee recommended. I have to admit, I sat and thought this one out for quite a while. But ultimately, I think the best form of governance is the way that we have done things in terms of the deputy mayor. And really, that's, you know, for all the reasons I've laid out previously, that's why I've put this direction forward. But I appreciate the work and the debate so far. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Magoon. Council, we now have a direction request before us. So if we could limit our conversation to the direction request. Councillor Hawes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just enjoyed the conversation and listening. I really, you know, wasn't sure where I landed on this one. I know when I started the term, I I really didn't have a need to be deputy mayor, and I've actually spoke to our mayor about that at the beginning. But having the opportunity to chair the meetings, realized that it was a good experience. And I think that, we do have a system in place that gives everybody that opportunity, and builds on, those abilities throughout the term as well. So, I'm going to be in support of this. I think just hearing from everybody and their points of view on it, and really appreciating, though, the committee bringing together the options, I think is reasonable. I mean, it is good to have those options, but in this case, I think we do have a system that works well and gives everybody that opportunity. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hawes. I had myself in queue next, and I don't think it'll be a surprise. I'm going to be strongly supporting this direction request. I think the holding position as councillor gives a great opportunity for personal growth and education, acquisition of knowledge. I think this is the opportunity to fill the role of deputy mayor is a big part of that. And I think the benefits of having the rotating mayor and the opportunity for everybody to get some experience in that position definitely far outweigh the drawbacks. So I will be supporting this. To the committee, though, I very much do appreciate the information coming back with some additional options, and I know that's how some of the other communities do it. And it's just my personal opinion that I think the way we do it here in Hinton is a very good way, and I'd like to see it continue. Thank you. Sorry, councillors. Councillor Race.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will be supporting this. Right now, I'm thinking of an amendment to this. A new council coming in, your deputy mayor, your first standing committee, and you're going, oh my goodness, I don't know what to do. So my amendment would be that, some training is done with a deputy mayor prior to, him or her assuming that role. I just don't know how to put that in words, because we are coming in, we are brand new, everyday Hinton people. We're coming in, we get voted in, and now we're the deputy mayor, have to chair that meeting. And I really don't feel that sufficient training, was provided. So anyway, so my amendment, if I could, I would like to make an amendment to this motion, starting with and all new deputy mayors receive, I'll take any help I can, receive training that would assist them in chairing the meeting.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Race. So, Council, we have a proposed amendment to the original direction request. Council, anyone like to speak to the proposed amendment? Thank you, Ms. Anderson. So the proposed amendment and all new deputy mayors receive training to assist in chairing the meeting. Does that capture the intent, Councillor Race?
It does, but can you see what I'm saying? We've got new people. They don't know the council procedural bylaw. They don't know, point of order, point of privilege. So many new things are coming to them, and I think people are may not have the adequate training to handle their first standing. So I would like people to have training prior to doing their first standing committee meeting.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Race. So, Council, if we can keep the discussion to the proposed amendment, Councillor Haas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's not that I'm in disagreement with this. I guess my question to administration, and I've reached out personally to get a sense to Ms. Rendell in when, how does orientation going to be looking like? I know that some of our orientation was somewhat limited in the past, but what is the orientation? Would that be included potentially in the upcoming already orientation to the new council coming in to have some training in this area that Councillor Race is proposing to be amended?
Thank you, Councillor Hawes. Administration?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through to Councillor Hawes. This would comprise some of the training for through orientation for the new council, working through the procedure bylaw and ensuring that there's adequate training and conversation with those new members in bolstering their understanding of how meeting business is carried out. Including the roles and responsibilities of the deputy chair. I would offer that at any time, if a councillor is next up for deputy mayor and has any concerns about any component of that role, to reach out to administration at any time. I know it's hard to remember moving past the orientation training. It's a whirlwind week for new councillors. We're always happy to help and to provide information, have a conversation with anyone who's a little bit uncertain of the different requirements of deputy chair. And I believe we have done that with this council as well, but I would just offer that too. That outside of the training, there's always, contacting myself for some support. We can provide that for council.
Okay. Thank you, CAO Olson.
And if I could follow up, Mr. Chair.
Sure.
So for orientation purposes, because I'm not sure if this is the spot for it, because I think there's a lot of opportunities that's more than just this particular one that training is required. So that's where I'm at. That is there a place where administration, where council does have some direction for what a future orientation for the next council is, or is that something that's gathered basically through these conversations moving forward, that administration would be putting together an agenda itinerary for it?
Thank you, Councillor Hawes. CAO Olson.
Mr. Chair, so administration, we haven't undertaken the preparation for council orientation week at this point. We have discussed and will continue to discuss that. Any learnings that we have through conversations with council in this regard will reflect in that moving forward. I don't know that it's been past practice to have a kind of an engagement session with the current council to help form that orientation week. That said, if council does have things that they would recommend, I don't see any harm in sending that forward either through email to myself, copying the rest of council. We do our best to create an orientation that meets the needs of the incoming council. And like I said, we haven't created the agenda for the day or the week, but I appreciate the comments.
Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you, CAO Wilson. Councillor Wah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I fully support the intent of this amendment, but I just don't believe it's something that should be included within our procedural bylaw. However, I do strongly support what Councillor Race has suggested and believe that this sort of orientation should be included in any sort of programming or training that's offered in the fall when there's a new group. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wah. Councillor Race.
I'm good, sir. Thank you.
Okay. I had myself next, and the comments were very much in line along with what Councillor Wah had said, that I do believe there is some great value in making sure that new councillors receive some training on how to properly run a meeting so they're not going in completely in the dark. And if that could be part of the orientation process moving forward, where Robert's rules are covered and council's procedure bylaws covered, so they have at least a reasonable working knowledge about how the meeting works before they get thrown in to see if they sink or swim, that would be very beneficial. But I do also concur with Councillor Wah that maybe having it part of the council procedure bylaw isn't the right place for it. So although I very much appreciate the sentiment and the intent of it, I won't be supporting the proposed amendment. Thank you. Councillor Nelson.
Yeah, one of the decisions that we made as a council early in our term was changing how our things like conferences and our budgets are handled. And to me, we've solved for this, any counselor that has a limitation somewhere can on their own go and take a course on chairing, or take an AUMA course, or many other things where we might, somebody might be really lacking in chairing. Somebody else might be really lacking in a different subject, and we have that budget and flexibility to use it for where we need to most. So I agree that we could all use more training, and I think if we find an acute need for that, we have the budget and we can do that kind of as we need. And I think we're probably fine without it, but in the bylaw, but I agree with the concept completely. So thanks for bringing it forward, but I think we're able to accomplish it already. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. Councillor Nagoon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And while I certainly agree with both Councillors Wong, Councillor Ostashik, the other piece that indirectly addresses Councillor Race's concern is the fact that our present way of doing things is that the 3-month term of service is organized by length of service, which does give any new councillors that are coming in an opportunity to see deputy chairing in action and to have at least a 3-month window if there's an experienced councillor coming in, to be able to examine how things have been done in the past. So that's, an added bit of comfort there too. Yeah, thank you.
Appreciate that comment. Thank you, Councillor Nagoon. Before I go to Councillor Race, could I sorry, Ms. Anderson, could we see, it wouldn't be the amendment, it would be the original motion, I guess. Thank you. So I'd like to just respond quickly to Councillor Magoon's comment then. I appreciate that very much, Councillor Magoon, and I think that's a good way to go about it, but it's not captured in the motion that was made. So maybe when we come back to it, that might be considered as a amendment, friendly or otherwise. Councillor Race?
Listening to everybody talk, thank you, sir. My initial reaction was to pull my amendment or ask for it to be dismissed. I'm going to leave it stand. I do want to say the first time I chaired, thank goodness, I was able to go to the chair prior to me and spend about 3 hours, talking to him about how he chaired and give me some tips. And then another thing I had in my favor is I had a wonderful counselor sitting to my right who gave me guidance during the meeting. So, we all pitched in, we all made it work. And for that, I'm very grateful. I'll still let my amendments down though. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Race. Council, I have no one else in queue. If anyone else would like to speak to the proposed amendment, we would call the question. Okay, seeing no one. So we're voting on the amendment only right now. And all new deputy mayors receive training to assist in chairing the meeting. Council, all those in favor? Opposed? And that was defeated 6-1, I believe. Okay, so that brings us back to the original direction request. If we could see it once more, Ms. Anderson. Council, if there is any amendments, friendly or otherwise. I think I saw, sorry, Councillor Magoon, did I see your hand up?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Yeah, just for the rest of council, if anyone wanted to propose an amendment that also included the bit about a roster based on term of service, I'd be very amenable to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Magoon. Councillor Nelson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. I think whatever the motion says, if we just talk about it being consistent with the existing bylaw, I think that's what everybody's happy with. So we can kind of might change some wording just to clean it up to match other things. But I think whether it goes back to committee or goes to regular, just making it consistent with the existing one. I think we're all on the same page with intent. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. Council. I would like to make sure that that is captured in some way. It's basically the bullet 2 of point B of that section. Just with that is the 3-month term. I think I think Councillor Race raised some really valid points, and Councillor Magoon responded to it well in that with the current system and potentially proposed future system, and more experienced councillor generally would be the first one to undertake the role of deputy mayor. And I think that is beneficial because at the very least, everybody else can observe an individual who's done it before and see how a meeting is typically chaired. So, sorry, I think I saw somebody's hand. Was it Councillor Nelson? Yeah.
Yeah, I do think within the bylaw, 4.1.2B2, it does say the roster is determined by length of service, with any ties determined by names drawn at random. And I think one of the conversations we had just when we were talking about the names at random part was whether the number of votes is prejudicial. And one of the things that's been coming forward is once you're elected, So the length of service makes a lot of sense for exactly what Councillor Magoon was brought up. And I think all of us that were new councillors were very happy to not be first to go and to be deputy mayor. But beyond that, it was prejudicial to have the future ones determined by number of votes, because once we're elected, we're all equals as members of council. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Nelson. Okay, council, if there's no proposed amendments, friendly or otherwise, we'll call the original motion to question. The request for direction that committee amend draft bylaw number 1153, section 4.1.2B to reflect a 3-month rotating term of service for the position of deputy mayor. Council, all those in favor? Opposed? And that was carried 6-1. Okay. Now I gotta back up about 3 levels deep here. I believe I had Councillor Waugh next in the main queue. We don't have any further directions outstanding, correct? Okay, Councillor Waugh.
Actually, no, I can be removed, Councillor Ostashik.
Okay. Councillor Haas in the main queue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just had a quick question. 5.6 on page, sorry, I just had the number reference. It had to do with the date. So page 30 of 82. I know that this was brought up before when we changed the meeting, the regular meeting to third, but that the agenda council package be available by 4 p.m. on Wednesday prior to the meeting. And I understand the last conversation is that kind of defeated the purpose of the extra time to get them ready, and that Friday was still with the possibility if it was ready Wednesday. But I just would like some context of this, if administration, if they also have any comment on this one as well. I understand it, I appreciate it, I just wasn't sure if things have changed since the change of the meeting to the regular meeting. So
okay, thank you, Councillor Haas.
Thank you.
Committee members, administration, Councillor Nelson.
Yeah, we spoke in depth at this one. So when we met as a council at standing and made some directions and motions around it, one of the things that was talked about is with the reduction to 1 council meeting a month, it always gives administration an extra week off prior to the regular council meeting, which gives them extra time to bring an agenda forward. Then it was discussed amongst council and within the committee was that we have 1 decision-making meeting per month, and that requires more time in order to be able to properly engage citizens and do our research. And ultimately, if it comes on the Wednesday, it also gives some time before the weekend to get some early questions in if necessary. Again, it's 1 decision-making meeting of council per month. with a week off in advance. So I know Ms. Rendell had liaised with CAO Olson, and I think that's something everybody was comfortable with. And it was something that as council, I think council had spoken pretty clearly that a little bit of extra time would make a huge difference for our ability. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. Any other committee members, administration? CEO Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess to answer the question, there is an impact to our timelines and to our workloads. It's something that we can adjust for. Generally, when we're bringing things to regular council, there are items that council has received previous. So, for example, the disc golf report that came tonight, minimal changes would be required in order to bring that forward for regular council. We're just waiting on some additional information. There are times where more work is needed on the report or on the item before it comes forward to regular. If that's the case, administration would just request more time. So when that comes forward at a standing committee meeting and the direction is to bring it forward to a regular meeting, if more work is required and the time frame is we're not able to meet that time frame, then administration would clarify with council and create a recommendation that more time is given in order to prepare. So I think though there is a bit of an impact, we can manage it moving forward with some changes to our scheduling when reports come forward, when they're submitted for the agenda for that process. And again, if anything that we need of council, we'll just speak up and make sure that you're aware.
Thank you, CEO Olson. Councillor Hawes. Good.
No, I appreciate the feedback and the thought process as to what if. So that's good to know. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Hawes. Councillor Race. No, good. Okay, Councillor Magoon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question about, let's see here, section 4.5.1 on page 28. And I have two questions. The first is where it says that the mayor may call a special council meeting whenever the mayor considers it appropriate to do so. Is it necessary to include a caveat on that line that indicates, and I will now draw your attention to section 4.8F or 4.8.1F on page 29, because it denotes, despite section 4.8.1, the mayor may call a special meeting of council on shorter notice without giving notice to the public, provided 2/3 of the whole of council give written consent to holding the meeting before the meeting begins. Is it necessary to clarify that under 4.5.1? Sorry, does there need to be any additional clarification there? Or are we confident that that single line covers everything then?
Okay, thank you, Councillor Magoon. Committee members, administration, any comments? CEO Olson.
Mr. Chair, if it gives council some comfort, referencing section 4.8 within 4.5.1 may just, it's implied that the rest of the bylaw would be followed within this section and this item, but for clarification purposes, 4.8 adherence to what is outlined in 4.8 in addition that way could be considered.
Thank you, CEO Olson. Councillor Magoon, any follow-up?
Yeah, no, and I don't think there's any intent or content change there. I just wanted to make sure that we were good and clear. So I appreciate administration's response there. And then if I could go back to the bottom of the queue, Mr. Chair.
Yep. Okay, thank you, Councillor Magoon. I believe we're at the bottom of the queue, Councillor Magoon.
Perfect. So if I may then look at 4.5 again with 4.5.2, where it indicates if the mayor receives a written request for the meeting. And I apologize if I missed this because I have a feeling it's hiding somewhere else. Do we indicate anywhere in the draft bylaw that written requests may be made electronically.
Thank you, Councilor McGoon. Any members? CEO Olson? Michaels?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't know the answer exactly to that, but this section, what we chose to do is we copied it verbatim from the MGA. Like, so they're loose on it. So, but good question, I guess, to admit if we want to speak or add more to it, but there was nothing in the MGA that spoke to that.
Thank you, Mayor Michaels. CEO Olson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One suggestion to mitigate this is to define a written request or define that in the definition section. If in every instance written also includes by electronic means through email, and we would have to maybe do a check on whether that's legislatively okay. I see Ms. Randall has her hand up, so maybe I'll defer to her. Thank you.
Thank you, CA Olson. In the Interpretation Act, written is considered any form of written, including like a typed letter or email or anything like that.
Perfect. Thank you for that clarification. So, Councillor Waugh, did you want to add something on this? No, main queue?
General queue, please.
Okay. Okay, if there's nothing further on that, then we will move on to Councillor Haas.
So, Mr. Chair, just a quick question before I ask, because my point is in 15.9. If we want to go kind of sequentially, so we're not bouncing back and forth, I can wait till we get to that section, if that's preferred of the rest of council. But just for time purposes and jumping around.
I don't know that it matters that much,
Okay.
Councillor Haas. It's not a huge document. If you want, go ahead.
Okay, so I just had a quick question, and it may be just in the wording and my interpretation of it, but 15.9 under debates on motions, it speaks to that no motion shall be offered on items that are not on the council or committee agenda as adopted. I guess, so we don't have motions on committee agenda. So I understand we're changing it to committee as a whole. And so I guess I'm not sure, I understand in regards to the council regular meeting, but does this refer to committee as a whole as well? This particular point? And that we need, because we don't have motions, we have directions and committee. So I just wanted to, I guess, clarification on that from the committee.
Sure, thank you, Councillor Haas. I'd let the committee and administration respond to that, but my understanding is that they are still motions. You're moving to seek consensus of council to direct administration at the committee meeting, and that at a regular meeting, you're making a motion for council to support. So that's my interpretation. My understanding is they're all technically motions of one type or another, but I'd let the committee and administration speak to that, because I'm quite likely wrong. Committee, administration. Councillor Nelson.
Yeah, I think that's the concept. It's more whatever the verbiage you use at any meeting, it's you're restricted on what you can do in each of the meeting types. So ultimately it all follows, whether you're amending it, whether you're making one, it all follows the same set of rules. So the verbiage isn't as important as the meeting type that you're in. So the whole section on motions would apply to consensuses or directions or, whatever we call them. And so, yeah, it's relatively universal, as Councillor Ostashik said.
Okay.
Okay, thank you for that, Councillor Nelson. Any other committee members, administration want to speak to that? Okay, are you okay with, oh, sorry, CEO Olson, did I see you? No, okay. Councillor Haas, are you okay with that then?
Yeah, yeah. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Nelson?
I guess if we're on that point, philosophically, do we agree with the concept of we can't make a motion if it's not on the agenda? So I thought you were going a different direction with it.
Well, that's, so if I may, Mr. Chair, to speak to that.
Sure, Councillor Haas, yeah.
Yeah, I guess because I'm thinking of past, I realize typically regular council meetings, we don't do motions on the fly, but in committee as a whole now meetings, we do have directions that come up that aren't on the agenda. That are generated through a discussion. And way I read this is that we can't do that anymore. We would have to wait until the next meeting to have that. So I guess I see this potentially slowing down the process to a certain degree. So I see this as a change, especially to the committee as a whole, not so much as to the regular, but the committee as a whole. So.
Okay, thank you for that clarification on the broader question, Councillor Hawes. Okay, so now back to committee administration, CEO Olson.
Mr. Chair, just to respond to that, in some research that that I've been a part of, this is typically how notice of motion operates in other communities. I think broadening notice of motion to include that notices of motion can be brought forward at committee of the whole meetings provides a bit of flexibility. The intention of notice of motion is to provide kind of a sober second thought to council before they vote on something. So we have had examples of items that are brought forward around the table, and then we've moved forward with them, and they weren't maybe the right path. So this allows some additional research by administration, report to come forward so that council has the best information possible before making a decision. So just a little bit of context, I hope that's appropriate.
Thank you for that, CEO Olson. I have a few councillors in queue, and I believe it's on this matter in particular. So if you want to keep your comments to that, and then we'll move back to the general queue. I had Councillor Race.
Mine's on a different topic, sir, so I'll stand back.
Hey, I do have you in the general queue. Councillor Waugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With 15.9 being brought up, it says no motion shall be offered on items that are not on the council or committee agenda as adopted. But then in section 22, there is a consideration made for urgent business. I'm just wondering how those two particular points interact. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Waugh. Mayor Michaels.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Councillor Hawes, for bringing that up. And I think what we need to add at 15.9, not only section 22, but just to point out that there is an ability, if with 2/3 approval, we can withdraw the time delay for a notice of motion. So in 15.9, we should allude to section 21. 21.1.2. So notices of motion. Councils may, on a 2/3 vote, waive the requirements for notice contained in subsection 20.1. 20.1.1. I hope I'm understanding that correctly. So maybe I'll go to Councillor Nelson, but I remember we had discussed that we with 2/3 support, you could have a motion brought to the floor at a council meeting and waive that time. That was my understanding.
Thank you, Mayor Michaels. Councillor Nelson.
Yeah, I think it was. I think we're on the same page. How these different things interact with each other, I think, could probably be cleaned up and clarified just to make sure there is less left to interpretation. But there is a requirement that at any point a council may be forced to make decisions at a very quick time. But the 2/3 vote, I think, brings a level of seriousness to it, and it's not just a motion out of the blue. I think that provides a bit of a sober second thought as well, and gives everybody the opportunity to determine whether they deem it to be urgent. So, yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. I had myself in queue next to speak to this, and I really appreciate what's happening here with the provision of 15.9, but also that there are some mechanisms in place that if something really is truly urgent and emergent, that there is the ability for council to be able to address it at that meeting, but there's a process that council has to agree. Yes, this is urgent and emergent. We need to deal with it now. So I appreciate clause 15.9. I think that's beneficial for all the reasons that CAO Olson pointed out when she commented on it. I think there have been occasions where proposed motions have come before councils voted on them and made a decision one way or another without having the opportunity to be able to fully think about them and be able to have administration weigh in on some of the repercussions. And then we've had to deal with the repercussions after the fact, which wasn't always the most beneficial thing. So the fact that this is here, I support and I like it. Yeah, thank you. I did have Councillor Race and then Magoon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Going back to 15.9, and if this is how it read, then I would understand it better. No motion shall be made on action items that are not on the council or committee agenda. Why are we using the word offered? I've never heard that before. We make motions. We probably do offer them, but I've not heard that term used. So is that new?
Thank you, Councillor Race. Committee members, administration comments on the verbiage. Councillor Nelson.
Yeah, there are a few things, especially with the template, that have some different verbiage. If it's only, and we've changed. One of the major changes that we made was on the template that was sent, it was presiding officer instead of chair for everything, and we changed it back. So we did make efforts to have the verbiage be more consistent. And if made is more, I don't think that takes a motion. It doesn't change the intent. And if it's a word that we don't really use, let's change it to made and have it just be consistent across the board. So to me, as a committee member, I'm fine with that change happening. It doesn't change the what we're actually doing.
Councillor Race, follow up.
It is a follow-up. For me, I'm not a new counselor anymore, but for a counselor to be able to read a section and know what it means without having to, make a phone call or check the last page would really be beneficial. So, and so that's what I think you guys are striving to do in this document. And I will wait and go back in queue, please, sir.
Okay. I understand what you're saying, Councillor Race, and I agree. And if you wanted to offer a proposed motion, you're welcome to. As it stands right now, it won't change.
You know what I thought? Sorry, thank you, Mr. Chair. I thought what I could do is, offer by email some changes that I would like to see when this comes back to us. But I could certainly make that motion now.
If you'd like to, you're certainly welcome to.
If I'm not required to make it now, because I think this will come back to us again, I'd like to, forward all my recommendations to the committee. And then maybe they'll come back with some of the stuff I would like to see.
Okay, that's certainly your prerogative as a councillor. With the understanding, though, that I believe that the recommendation is for this to come to regular for first reading. And that's certainly not a direction that's been made or voted on or anything like that. It could certainly be something else. Just wanted to make sure you're aware that recommended next step is that this comes to regular for initial decision. Okay.
We're still dealing with this, so I'm just going to try to form a motion and give it my best shot.
Okay. If you want, Councillor Magoon's in queue to speak to 15.9, so I could come back to you if you'd like.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Magoon.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I mean, 15.9 really, in a lot of ways, it connects to these other sections, 21.1, and that sort of thing. I'm going to start like this. I have some serious concerns about putting in any potential lines into this policy when we consider that we have one regular council meeting a month, and that is the opportunity for councillors to do their jobs, which is policy-based, which means putting forward motions to impact policy. So when you're talking about putting in procedures that can potentially delay a counselor from doing their job over the course of at least a month, I hesitate. Now, that being said, I do like some of the triggers that sort of counterbalance that a little bit. Now, to that end, I do have a concern that, as related to 15.9, 21.1.2 on page 38 of 82 puts that vote up to 2/3 in order to waive the notice of motion requirement. Because potentially we are required to, pass by simple majority, yet we have a higher standard all of a sudden to visit an issue that people think is important, but yet it could pass with a simple majority. To me, that doesn't make sense. And then logically, subsequent to that, if you go to 22.0 on the following page, 39 of 82, there's no absolute hard and fast definition of what constitutes an urgent matter. What is urgent to you isn't necessarily urgent to me. And yet we have no requirement to vote on that at all. It's just if it's deemed an urgent matter. So I see a problem with the logic there. Again, I could support requiring council to vote in order to waive the notice of motion, but then I think it has to be applied equally to urgent business. And in my opinion, it would have to be a simple majority, not a 2/3 majority. So, and again, I feel pretty strongly about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Magoon. Councillor Nelson.
Yeah, this is a specific and also a high level question. I think council needs to figure out if this is ready to go to regular or if it should go back to committee. If it's something where everybody's finding there's some things that maybe don't line up quite right, or like Councillor Magoon's point on these multiple sections, I think those can be addressed, and I think we can work through them, especially as we get this feedback from council. But to try to create those amendments tonight with how much interaction there is between different sections, I think would be really tough. And then also with the wording of 15.9, those are notes that we could make as a committee and make sure that things that don't philosophically change it. So it might just change the approach of how we go about the rest of this meeting. So yeah, thanks for that.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. Councillor Magoon, back to your comment, I'm assuming.
Yeah, please. And it's meant to be a constructive one, because I want to certainly build off the fact that all members of the committee, have interfaced with me, as a single councillor at one point or another and asked for that feedback. So this is not in any way, shape, or form a reflection on the good work that's been done by the committee. Honestly, a lot of these connections for myself really have been sort of established as I've been reading through the document. So please, I've been trying to do the homework, but there's been a lot of these connections that have suddenly clicked and I've gone, oh, wait, well, if 15.9 means this, and then I go down to urgent matter. So I appreciate the work everybody's done, and I appreciate the comments that Councillor Nelson just made. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Magoon. Councillor Hawes. Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
sorry. Before
Yeah,
Mayor Michaels, did you want to comment on that in particular?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I would like to. I guess we're, I don't know how we seek consensus, but what's the appetite of council as a whole? Do we want to allow just a simple majority 4-3 to have motions that are not tied to the agenda conceptually? And if we do, then that's fine. I personally like the mechanism of 2/3 for anything new. It shows that there's a will, but I also see the point of 4-3. But I definitely don't want to go back to the committee without knowing what the will of this council is. So if there's an appetite for 2/3, let's hash out, we favor 2/3 for that, or 4-3. And once we have that, if we could do that quickly enough, then we can go back and revamp it. So I know we've heard from a few councillors, but let's iron that out so we bring you back something that you want.
Sure. Thank you very much for that, Mayor Michaels. I appreciate the intent to make sure that the committee is being provided with definitive direction rather than just comments about changes that individuals think should be made. Councillor Magoon.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think, and Mr. Chair, I think that's well put. So I'll try it and we'll see how it goes. I'd like to make a direction. And I'm just going to find the specific line here. Oh, and of course that overrode what I was doing. There we go. That committee amend draft bylaw number 1153, section 21.1.2 to reflect a simple majority. And Mr. Chair, if I may speak to that.
Yep, please.
Thank you. You know, this is an area where I'm trying to meet council in the middle and trying to respect the opinions of my fellow councilors. You know, for myself, I am comfortable cowboying it up once in a while, but I know a number of my fellow councilors don't, and I do want to respect that. And I think that this trigger mechanism is really that nice meeting in the middle. But I do think that it's best reflected by the same number of councilors that can potentially pass the motion. I think that's the good governance portion of things. If in order to pass the motion, it was 2/3, then I would vote for 2/3. But in this case, I think if you can get 4 councilors to back you up and say, yeah, this is important, we need to deal with this tonight, and they're going to potentially pass that motion, then that should be the number. So I'll turn that to the rest of council. I appreciate everyone's time, and we'll see how it goes.
Thank you, Councillor Magoon. And Councillor Hawes, I just wanted to assure you that I did have you in queue to speak to 15.9, but I didn't want to derail that train of conversation. I wanted to make sure that it was completed first. Councillor Hawes?
Yeah, and you can take me out of the queue on that one. It's been said numerous times. I'm okay with it. I don't know where I stand yet, to be honest with you. My first initial thoughts on this particular motion was to be with the 2/3. You know, that was my initial thought. I'm starting to consider the 4-3, but I'm still leaning towards that 2-3. Being as how it is something that we're trying to not go off the cuff on things and think them through and make sure we're doing good, you know, motions moving forward. And, you know, if it is something truly that needs to be addressed, or I think the 2/3 is a reasonable one. I think if not, we could wait until, you know, either a standing to have that discussion, even bringing forward a direction potentially to have that discussion before it comes to decision. But so I'm not totally sure on where I'm at on this one yet. I'm waiting to hear what other councilors have to say on the 2/3 or 4-3. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hawes. And I have myself down next to speak, and I won't be in favor of the proposed direction. I think a 2/3 majority is important to get on an emergent item because it means that a large majority of council really does feel that it's serious enough that it needs to be addressed immediately. And if that 2/3 majority isn't achieved, it doesn't mean that it's not supported by council. It would just simply mean that council's not comfortable enough with the information that they have at that time to feel that they're making a fully informed decision. So I think to have something come before council and have to be decided on without notice or preparation needs strong support from council. And that's why I feel the 2/3 on that one is important to keep. So I'm not going to be speaking in favor of this proposed direction. Thank you. Councillor Magoon.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And again, this is where I'm really striving, and I need to express my concern here, is that we're sort of, what I'm hearing in some of the debate is people jumping to the conclusion that council will either support or not support a given motion. My concern is not based on that. According to the MGA, there is nowhere in the MGA that gives the authority of one councillor or a group of councillors over another councillor to prevent them from doing their job, which is to bring forward motions and affect policy. Now, if I don't give council the forewarning that I'm going to do something, and I've seen this, I've done it, then that's my failure. Then council has every right to not vote in favor of that motion. And I've lost motions because of that. But it is not the right of council at any point to say, you don't have the right to bring that up now. That's not in the MGA. And so I have a concern with that. Council may not like the fact that a councillor says, well, I haven't given anyone any warning, but according to Robert's Rules of Order and the MGA, my job is to affect policy. I want to make a motion. I don't see that. That doesn't exist in the MGA. And that's my concern. And I have to say, I'm a little disappointed. I'm trying to build a little bit of consensus and meeting in the middle. And I feel that this is an important issue in terms of allowing a councillor, their democratic right to bring forward a motion. And I have serious concerns that this might not even meet the criteria set out by the MGA. And so that's something I would have to look into before we go into reading our first motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Magoon. Committee administration like to speak to Councilor Magoon's concerns? No. CEO Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If this is something that council would like assurances on, if we could call a short break, Ms. Rendell and I can look into this. If council wishes to move on, that's fine as well. But if there's a short break called, we can do a little looking.
Okay. We've been going for over 2 hours anyways. It's likely getting time to have a short break anyhow. Council, any appetite for a recess? Okay, I will call a recess for 9 minutes. So all right, everyone, welcome back. We'll reconvene this standing committee meeting. Administration, I believe we were going to you for some clarification.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Ms. Rendell and I did a very quick search through the MGA to see if there was anything that spoke to this business of council, notice of motion, that sort of thing. There isn't really anything specific to the proceedings of council in the MGA that would offer us some guidance. This is something, though, that can be included in the legal or the parliamentarian review to provide council some comfort that it is appropriate to, restrict council in bringing forward new business through direction to council that hasn't been disclosed previous through a notice of motion. So if that's amenable to council, that's something that we can include moving forward. But under kind of a rudimentary look, there wasn't anything that we were able to find that provided that concrete guidance.
Okay, thank you very much for that, CA Olson. I did have a question before we moved forward. My understanding from reading the agenda package and the discussion at the beginning of the meeting was that this draft bylaw hasn't been reviewed by legal, but it did come from a template that is used by municipalities to develop their procedural bylaws. Does administration know or the committee know if this particular clause regarding notice of motion is something that's addressed in the template, or was that an add-on? To committee administration, CEO Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll defer to Ms. Rendell in a moment, but the template was actually I believe the procedure bylaw for Turner Valley. It was recommended to us by our legal counsel that it's a great example of a bylaw that does all the right things. So that's, I believe, where the use of that as a template, of course, with Hinton's take on it included. Ms. Rendell, is there anything that you would add?
Thank you, CA Olson. Yes, this was part of the sample template that we received it. We did not add this. This was part of it.
Great, thank you for that clarification. I appreciate that. That brings me a little bit of comfort in thinking that it's probably likely compliant. Then Councillor Magoon, I add you in queue.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And again, if it's a guarantee from administration that that specific section, will be sort of that there's a counselor concern associated with that and, potential interaction with the MGA, I'd actually be happy to withdraw my motion. But I just, for council's perspective, I want to make sure that people understand I'm not trying to be difficult. But in this case, I have some serious concerns in that, section 153B and 153C of the MGA outlines the following. And admin, I apologize, but if you could note that those are the sections I'm most concerned with, is that, it outlines that as a counselor, I have a duty, or you have a duty, to participate and develop policies of the municipality. And that C, we have a job to participate in council meetings and council committee meetings and meetings of other bodies, to which we're appointed of. And I'm concerned that a notice of motion, requiring that limits a counselor's participation. So that's my legal question. I'm not a lawyer. I don't have the legal knowledge to answer that, but I do have that concern. And so if through the legal review that could be, sort of answered and responded to, then I have a better avenue with which to respond to this particular piece when it comes back for first reading. So I guess admin, is that an area of which you can look into for me? And if that's the case, I'm willing to withdraw if it's the supported by council, my motion on the table.
Thank you, Councillor Magoon. CEO Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's something that we can look into, of course.
Okay, thank you, CEO Olson. Councillor Magoon, then would you like to withdraw your direction request?
Yeah, I do, Mr. Chair, because I think then it's better if we get the legal input on that particular motion first to find out where it stands specifically. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Magoon. Council, is there anyone in opposition to Councillor Magoon withdrawing his direction request? Okay, seeing no one, that direction request is withdrawn. So that takes us back to our main queue, and I had Councillor Race in the main queue next.
I'm fine. I'd like to stand down, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Race. Councillor Waugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to ask the committee and admin about 9.4 and 9.5. It's under control and conduct of business. I was wondering if 9.4 is superfluous.
Thank you, Councillor Waugh. Committee, CEO Olson, Councillor Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Tell who has a newspaper here using words like superfluous. 9.4 and Mayor Michaels and I were going back and forth a little bit. This, along with the section following it, 9.5, I think that's a philosophical discussion for council and something that I think likely escaped us during that kind of final review after the template came forward. Our existing council doesn't allow the general public to speak outside of minute with council. This section would allow that, but I think ultimately our council early in our term determined that our preference is that minute with council is that opportunity and there would not be further opportunities. So this is certainly a very amenable section as far as I'm concerned. And I think Mayor Michaels is on the same page, but I'd rather him speak for himself on that one. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. Mayor Michaels, did you want to add anything?
No, I'm good. I totally agree with that.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Michaels. Councillor Waugh, are you good?
Yeah, I guess I'm not sure where we go with it. To me, if we have 9.5, I don't know if we need 9.4. So I'd like to put a motion up. If you would, please. Whenever Wendy is ready. I'd like to recommend that committee direct administration to remove section 9.4 from bylaw number 1153. And speaking to it quickly, I already have, and based on the feedback from committee as well, I just don't see the role 9.4 plays as long as 9.5 is in place. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Law. Sorry, I was reading through that and thinking of potential repercussions that might not initially pop to mind. So, okay, Council, we have a direction request before us. Anyone would like to speak to it? Councillor Nelson?
Yeah, I guess my question is 9.5 as a whole. I think 9.5 0.2 and 0.3 make sense, but I think 9.4 and 9.5.1 kind of work together. And if we're taking out, if the concept is that the general public are not permitted to speak except for minute with council as it is now, then we should probably also remove 9.5.1. Like we can clean up the verbiage of it, but the philosophy of when a member of the public is permitted to speak, I'm just trying to figure out what the purpose is. Is it to not allow that public to speak after minute with council, or is it just to keep that option open but eliminate just 9.4?
So,
Yeah, to me, it's just to eliminate 9.4 only because to me, it's addressed in 9.5.1.
thank you, Councillor Law. I guess to the committee then, I would ask the question, does the committee recognize that there's any material difference or administration that there's any material difference between the limitations included in 9.4 and the ones included in 9.5? CO Olson, did I see you? Yeah, CO Olson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I guess what I would offer is that there are sometimes where there's more than just members of council, members of administration, and members of the public present, where we have delegations or people that are presenting, and just wondering where they would fit into that. I think a person who is not a member or administration shall not address council would include those that are presenting to council or any consultants that we might have in the room, or speaking to council directly through a presentation. That's the only piece that I would offer to that.
Thank you, CO Olson. Councillor Nelson.
Yeah, I think my conversations have been around just changing it so that the general public the minute with council is what that is for. So yeah, I think there's a couple different things at play, and I appreciate what CO Olson brought up there with delegation. So yeah, again, might be something that the direction is just to clean it up. I'm not sure.
Okay, thank you for that, Councillor Nelson. Yeah, I had myself next, and I'm at this time, I don't think I'm inclined to support the direction. I appreciate the intent to try and clean it up and just polish it a little bit, but I don't think that there's any harm in having 9.4 in there. But with the comments from CEO Olson, and that's actually reflecting back on what I was considering when I was thinking about this earlier, are there any other people in the room that aren't addressed in 9.5? And that's kind of what I came up with too, is delegations, consultants, other people that may not be members of council, may not be members of administration, but they are still in the room, and they should likely be recognized by the chair before they speak, obviously. So again, I don't think there's any harm in having 9.4 in there, but I think there could be potential repercussions if we take 9.4 out. So I won't be in favor of removing it at this time. Councillor Wall.
If I could, thank you. CEO Olson's comments were exactly what I was looking for when I first posed the question for clarity. And that gives me definitely enough doubt that I'd like to withdraw my motion, please.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Waugh. Councillor Waugh would like to withdraw his direction request. Is there any opposition from council? Okay, seeing none, that direction request is withdrawn. Thank you, Councillor Law. That brings us to Councillor Magoon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Wendy, if I may, I'm just going to copy the same format as Councillor Waugh's last direction, but I have a different section number. And the section number is 17.2.2. And council, that's on page 36 of 82. And if I could just speak to that, Mr. Chair?
Please.
Yeah, the specific line item is a provision that a postponed matter shall either be, mentioned with a specific time where it's postponed to, or 17.2.2, the provision that the matter is to be postponed indefinitely. And I took heed from a citizen email that we all received, I believe it was today, and I think it was a good piece of advice. I think sort of this is that line item where, a motion goes to die, but without the clarity of council actually voting on it specifically one way or the other. And in considering the advice that we got from the citizen in question, I actually quite agree. I don't think that's a transparent way to deal with a motion. I think it's best to either vote it in favor, to postpone it specifically with a time, or to vote in favor of it. And so in this case, I don't think there is an or. I think we should just get rid of 17.2.2. But of course, I'm willing to listen to your thoughts on the matter. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Magoon. Council, we have a direction request. Councillor Nelson.
Yeah, I think it can be confusing, and I agree that I think where I looked at it is a specific situation. So looking at something like we've been doing with short-term rentals, that could be something that is postponed and it isn't brought back until there's a determined need from the community. Agreed, do we need to make motions that are contingent on something that is also not defined? That's a different question. I would hope we do better than that, but there could be value in tying it to something else, which then wouldn't be able to have a date. So I agree it might need to be clarified a bit, but there's times where we can't put a date on everything that is postponed. And I guess a specific time may include a time where something else happens, maybe. But I understand where you're coming from.
Thank you for that clarification, Councillor Nelson. Councillor Magoon.
Yeah, and I think procedurally, I totally agree. There's absolutely those items that come before us that we say, well, we need to put it off. We don't know when, but we know we need to put it off. Maybe part of the procedural, and I don't know if this needs to be built into the bylaw itself, where we identify that, a specific motion can be postponed till a certain date, at which time administration can make a recommendation to, postpone it again if it's not ready to be discussed by council, or something to that effect, where we're creating a guarantee that it's coming back before council, and it can't be used as a tool to simply, take a councillor's motion and, put it on the table with the intention never to raise it. Because, anyway, I'll leave it at that and see what the rest of council thinks.
Thank you, Councillor Magoon. CEO Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just would add that if a matter is postponed indefinitely, it still lands on our action tracker, so our action pending list. And we saw that with an example from the fall regarding the town hall meetings. It was postponed indefinitely. There was no date attached. So it kind of sat there, and administration did bring that forward in conjunction with another matter in order to have it dealt with. So I just wanted to offer that to council, that it will be captured in our action tracker. And so it will eventually need to be dealt with, even if it's postponed indefinitely.
Thank you, CEO Olson. I do have a procedural question for administration. And it's something I've never actually received full clarity on. I've been told several times by people that if you make a motion to postpone a decision indefinitely, the effective result of that is that it kills the motion because there's no provision to be able to bring that back for decision. And I just want some clarity from administration. If there is a motion to postpone specifically with the word indefinitely, that there is an ability for council to bring that back, whether it's by majority vote. It's similar to raising a motion from the table. Is there a similar mechanism in place to bring back something that's been postponed indefinitely to administration, I guess, CEO Olson?
Thank you. I'll look to Ms. Rendell if she has some clarity.
Well, I guess in our case, like CA Olson mentioned, that it is on our action tracking list. So it doesn't, even if there's no date attached, it does end up coming back, or it doesn't, it's not removed from the list until it's dealt with.
Okay. Thank you. CEO Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This may be one of these items that we need to seek some additional consultation from legal on. If the wording is postponed indefinitely, whether that would land on the action tracker or if that is effectively postponing that and killing the item. That's something that we can look into providing some additional information to council when this does come back.
Okay, thank you, CEO Olson. Councillor Nelson.
Yeah, 17.4 and in our existing bylaw, at any point a postponed motion can be brought forward by a majority of council. Both our existing and this bylaw have those sections present within them. So it does ultimately sit there until council decides to do something with it. And it could also be one of those times within action tracking, something that is no longer relevant, it can be brought back from the table to be defeated or be withdrawn at that point. So yeah, there's absolutely provisions in both our existing and proposed bylaw to bring them back to the table. Thank you.
Thank you for that clarity, Councilor Nelson. And I do understand the intent and appreciate the intent and agree with it. I guess my question is more about the specific verbiage of indefinitely. The way it was explained to me, by using the actual word indefinitely, you're defining it as an indefinable time, so it cannot be brought back. So like I said, maybe that's something that needs to be clarified by legal, and maybe indefinitely is not the word to use, but I do appreciate what's there and I appreciate the intent of it for sure. So and yeah, you can get back to him anytime on that. That's Councilor Magoon.
Yeah, and so, Mr. Chair, if I may, if it's the wish of administration, because again, we're working as a team through this, if administration would rather that we simply withdraw that motion from the table right now to give them some time to seek the legal clarity on that, again, I'm more than happy. We're going to see this multiple times before it's hammered out. That's what the process is for. So if that's the wish of administration, I'll happily do that.
Okay, Magoon, thank you. Administration, any comment, any wishes to how to deal with this?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So though spending some time with this procedure bylaw, there are still things that I think I'm still getting up to speed on. I think this Councillor Nelson that mentioned 17.4, where an item that's been postponed to a particular date or indefinitely shall not be considered by council before the date set, except on a majority vote of the members present. So I guess the question that I would be bringing to legal is if there is a majority vote of council to revisit the postponed item, even if it is postponed indefinitely, does 17.4 give council that latitude? So that in particular is what I'd be seeking some clarification on, because that's how I interpret it. But I would want to be sure to provide that advice to council.
Okay, so Councillor Magoon, then did you want to withdraw that direction request until administration gets some clarity on the verbiage there?
Yeah, absolutely, Mr. Chair. Again, I think that's probably the safest bet. It allows us to get a better look at things before we just go haphazardly making changes. I'd rather have the best information. So yeah, I'd like to withdraw.
Okay, Thank you, Councillor Magoon. Council, any objections to Councillor Magoon withdrawing his direction request? Okay, seeing none, that direction request is also withdrawn. That brings us to Councillor. Sorry, I had Councillor Magoon next, and I'm not sure if I just didn't cross you off. I think I didn't cross you off.
Please, yeah, no, please put me at the end, Mr. Chair, and
Okay.
I'll happily wait.
Yeah, Councillor Haas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to move to 15.10 for a moment. And just a clarifying question, it has to do with, sorry, just the no motion shall be offered that's subsequently the same as one in which the judgment of the meeting has already been expressed during the same meeting. I totally understand the intent of this. I don't want to see it happen. The question though is, how do we determine that? Is it by majority? Is it by vote? Like, how do we determine that? Because how you interpret things can be a lot different. So I guess that's my question is, what's the process if we run into this?
Thank you, Councillor Haas. Committee members, CEO Olson, comments? Councillor Nelson?
I think it would ultimately be the discretion of the chair, and I'm guessing the chair would probably be relatively flexible on it. As if a member of council wants to make a motion that has already been made and the majority of council think it's already been made, then they would vote against the subsequent one. But I ultimately anything within the procedural bylaw would be discretion of the chair, and the chair gets advice from administration on those matters. That said, if we're concerned that we need to have a process on how I just don't know how you make a process to determine whether something is too similar or not. So ultimately, that's where we have gray area. My favorite thing when developing a procedural bylaw. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. Anything further on that from committee or administration? Okay, seeing none, is that are you?
No,
good with
that's
that?
fair enough.
Councillor Haas?
I'm okay with the chair doing it. I just, if, I understand that is a gray area. I just wasn't sure if this was a 2/3 thing potentially, but I'm fine with that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor
And
Haas.
if I can go back in the
Yeah.
queue, please.
Sure, Councillor Magoon.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. At this point, it's just a discussion point because I think we'll need the information admin is going to get from legal on 15.9 and subsequently 20. But relating to 22.0 urgent business on page 39 of 82, one thing I would just like to throw out there for consideration of council as we continue to work through this bylaw. If legal says, it's totally appropriate for council to enforce measures on notices of motion, I would then urge council to put into play the exact same requirements for skipping notices of motion under 21.1.2 under urgent business, because then I think it levels the playing field. Otherwise, really, all I have to do is say, well, it's timely and it's important. So I think you know what I mean? Is that the test isn't quite there? That was my concern. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for those comments, Councillor Magoon, and I concur too, absolutely. The workaround for non-ethical councillors just to say, nope, this is urgent, we need to address it now. So yeah, appreciate that. Councillor Haas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to clarify, I'm totally for this. I just want to clarify because we have tabled motions in the past. This is no longer with this procedural bylaw practice that we'll be using, correct? And I'm stating based on, sorry, I just got to back up here. 17.1 motion to table any matter is not permitted any longer with this procedural bylaw, and I'm fine with it. I just want to clarify it.
Okay, committee. Oh, sorry, committee CEO, Councillor Nelson.
Yeah, we talked about this one and having different verbiages, whether it's defer, postpone, refer, table, all of those different things. We combine them all into one. So you technically could achieve the same thing of tabling, which would be postponing it until later in the meeting, because it says time. So you could kind of do the same thing, but we had so many different verbs to explained slightly different processes that all kind of did the same thing. So it was really just trying to make it more consistent. And, that's been one of our most common things as a council we've struggled with is, am I referring, deferring, tabling, or postponing? And none of us could really answer it because none of them made a whole lot of sense. So you can do the same thing, just differently. So.
Okay, thank you for that, Councillor Nelson. Mayor Michaels.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Depending on the will of council, do we want to have this 17.1 there? Do we want to label section 17 as postponing and referring? I don't even like the word motions at the top because 17.5 refers to matters outside of motions, right? It could be items. So to me, in this long conversation has been productive because we want to eliminate these multiple terms, especially when we're not familiar with them with new counselors, and we all experience that. So do we want to take out 17.1? And even further, is there appetite to just use the word postponing for everything? Because even referring is the same thing as postponing to me, or we could define that. We're saying a motion or an item, but for motions, we're going to use the word postpone. For items, we're going to use the word refer. Should we just have one term for everything, for motions and items? So that's unfortunately, Councillor Nelson and myself ran out of time. We debated a lot of this stuff. So now it's in front of council. So thank you.
I'll go to the committee first. Yeah, Councillor Hawes, I see, but I'll go to the committee member first. Councillor Nelson.
Yeah, I think refer, and maybe it needs to be in the definitions because I don't think it is, but that's where we send it somewhere else. So whether if you're at council and you refer something, it'd be to standing committee, or we could refer something to a subcommittee of council. That's where we send it to a different group to do work with instructions on what work to do. So that's where the difference is. And it might make more sense for it to be its own section rather than a subsection within, just to achieve that clarity. I know it's something we've always struggled with.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. Councillor Hawes.
Yeah, and I appreciate Councillor Nelson's referencing, because that was my next question going to be on the refer. It's what is that? I don't think we've ever really done that up to this point, if that was something new or if it's just, but I appreciate the clarity on that. But I'm with Mayor Michaels in regards to if we can clean it up to maybe one overarching, type of postpone or whatever it may be, but then it's clear on what we're doing. Because I agree, we've thrown around tables and postponed number of times, and I'm not sure if it was always duplicated the same way. So I would like to, and I'm interested in the rest of council as well, but I would like to see that cleaned up maybe even further than it is right now. So, and eliminating table altogether. If it's not permitted, then let's not even have it part of the procedural bylaw. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hawes. I had myself that next to be able to speak to this, and I did have a question for the committee. I guess question and comment. The question would be, what is the intent of not permitting tabling anymore? And I'll follow up that question with a comment and a scenario about how tabling has been used in the past, I think, to benefit. It's generally where I've seen table used is that a decision is tabled until later in the meeting because there may be a future decision that affects how the current decision may be voted on, depending what happens with that other decision. So that it's often made to table until a decision's made on item B. And then once item B is decided on, there's a motion to raise the tabled item from the table and have council vote on it. So again, back to my original question, what's the intent of not permitting tabling anymore? And how could postponing be used as a replacement in the scenario that I just talked about? To the committee, to administration, Mayor Michaels.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think the intent, and obviously section 17 doesn't have all the right verbiage right now, but I'll speak for myself. We would use the word postponing to later in that meeting. So I'd like to postpone this item or motion until after action item number 4. So it would be the universal term for moving something. Now, I think Councillor Nelson brought up a good point. I think we need definitions for postponing and referring for sure, and postponing and kind of clarifying that. But that's the concept, because it took, I think, most of us a few years to really understand the difference of tabling, postponing, and referring. So our ultimate goal was to just make it simple, but without providing the definitions and that clarity within section 17, we're not there yet. So, but ultimately that would be the goal.
Okay, so I'm going to follow up then, I guess. So my understanding then with this is a motion to postpone would be it's postponed until a trigger point. And then once that trigger point is hit, it automatically comes back. There's not a requirement to move to bring it back as there currently is with raising a motion from the table. Is that correct? Okay, I see nods from the committee. So yeah, just commenting on that then, I fully support that, because one of the things I always found awkward was having, you table something till later and then there's a motion needs to be made to raise it from the table. Well, if there's a consensus amongst council to go, now we don't want to even consider that anymore, the motion to raise it from the table gets defeated and it dies. And that's not something I want to see. I don't think that that's proper conduct in a meeting. So I think if this is a way that we can do this, that a trigger point gets hit, and as soon as it gets hit, it's automatically back on the table, that's perfect. So I would support that. Thank you. Okay, Councilor Magoon.
Yeah, I just fully agree with that in general. I think that simplifies things, but that also deals with that uneasiness that Councilor Ostashik hit on, where you're like, well, who knows? Maybe they'll vote it down and it'll just sit on that table. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Magoon. Mayor Michaels had indicated that, if it's the appetite of council, the will of council to maybe make some changes to 17.0. I'm not sure if council wants to consider that at this point, but if so, maybe now's the time to provide a direction request. No? Okay. Oh, Councillor Hawes, I have Councillor Hawes, Mayor Michaels, and Councillor Nelson.
Well, and they can make, I'd rather prefer them do it. I just thought, because some of these they've been taking notes and taking away, to bring back and hearing what we have to say. So I didn't know if it needed a motion, but I'd be happy to defer it on to them and let them make that motion if they're prepared to do that. So.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Hawes, Mayor Michaels.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't want to pivot for the sake of making things difficult, but I'm of the appetite now, hearing the entire council talk about certain things, and I think there's a few other sections. I think there would be value in the committee going through the sections that have questions amongst council, and then for us to rewrite that draft. And obviously, as Councillor Hawes said, we're taking notes, so instead of kind of wording it perfectly on the fly, I think if we mark down the sections where council wants to see improved clarity on, we get together one more time, work on that section with Ms. Rendell, and bring a better draft forward. I'm not against the other way. It's just, it might be long if we have 4 or 5 other ones that we want to clarify. It makes it difficult with specific motions. So that's what I would offer to council, is that there's direction for committee to rework this draft as per discussions, today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that suggestion, Mayor Michaels. That's appreciated. Councillor Nelson.
No, that's exactly what I was saying too. If there's direction given to committee to rework things, things that are not philosophical of nature and just editorial, we can make those changes to strengthen the document. Thank you.
Okay. I guess then before I go to Councillor Race, would the committee want like a formal direction to work on something, or I see Councillor Nelson nodding his head. Mayor Michaels, do you want a formal direction, or is conversation enough? What about the rest of council? What do you guys think? Would you rather furnish formal direction or let the committee have it? Councillor Magoon.
Yeah, I think a formal direction is clear. It's captured in the minutes then. And, it gives a frame of reference for the committee to work from. And I think the mayor put it quite well. And if he's willing to sort of put the wording forward, I'd be happy to take from that directly.
Here, Councilor Magoon. Before I go to Councilor Race, is there anything on this? Sorry, one second, Councilor Race. No, okay, go ahead, Councilor Race.
So just an observation, in the past, when we did use the word table, an example would be, could we table this current discussion we're having right now? So because time is moving on, it's 7 o'clock and we still have, several more, items to deal with. So would that be an example of tabling it? Table this discussion so we could talk about our next action item and have Mr. Kovich speak so he can have some supper. And then at the end, we would raise raise it from the table. That's how we used to do tabling, eh? To anybody.
Yeah, that's my understanding of my experience. That is how table was used in the past. I believe part of the intent and part of the discussion here is that it would simply be postponed until later in the meeting, with the benefit being there doesn't need to be a motion to raise it from the table. It just, once Mr. Kovach was done his presentation, this discussion would automatically come back to council and we'd start talking about it again.
Okay, good. Okay.
Committee members, anything you'd like to add, or Councilor Nelson?
Yeah, it ultimately achieves the same thing. And I think listening to the conversation from council and from Councilor Race, this is where we would use the motion to refer, which is direct, that committee refers this matter back to the procedural bylaw committee because it's sending it to a different body. Yeah. And so ultimately, I think it was Councilor Magoon looking for that verbiage. That's actually where we would use that because we're sending it down to a different group. So. Yeah.
And I just want to add, I love that. So now we have, a little glossary where it says refer, and you just gave an example. So I love that. And that's what I hope that this document holds. So thank you, sir.
Thank you, Councilor Race. Okay, so there's no direction to refer this back to committee at this time. Michaels.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll put forward a direction to direct the procedural bylaw committee to update the draft bylaw as discussed at standing committee. I think it's vague enough that we can have one more crack at this. I think there's a lot of changes to be made and clarified, a lot of good conversation, and then let's have a better starting point at our next standing committee meeting to prepare ourselves to bring this to regular. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Michaels. So there is a direction request, council. Just want to advise council that we'll have to deal with the direction request, but that doesn't necessarily terminate the conversation on this matter. If there's other items regarding the procedure bylaw that council wants to bring forward to discuss tonight, you're certainly welcome to, even after this motion's been dealt with. Sorry, I saw some hands there today. See, Councilor Nelson?
Yeah, I would just appreciate a clarification on when we need to have this done by. We've worked with some pretty good deadlines, and I would just like to have an idea of the process, and maybe admin needs some time to sort that through based on our meeting schedules and what's on the agenda. But just knowing kind of when an appropriate time this would come back to standing committee or regular committee, and then work backwards from where we've got to get our schedule sorted out. So thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Nelson. I think that's important. I think it might be important too to address what meeting this comes back to, whether it's a standing or a regular. Right now, the recommendations for it to come back to regular, and I'm not sure that's supported by council at this time. So maybe some clarification on that too, Mayor Michaels. I don't know if you want to make that part of your motion, Mayor Michaels.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm definitely amenable that this comes back specifically to a standing committee meeting. So if Wendy could add that. And for the other part, yeah, I guess it's a question for administration and Ms. Rendell. My target date would be April 20th, our second standing, or April 13th, in order for us to potentially have this, at the first meeting, regular meeting in May. But that depends obviously on the schedule of Ms. Rendell. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Michaels. Administration, CEO Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I don't believe it would be an issue capacity-wise for, it sounds like the committee would be able to meet to incorporate some of these changes and for it to come back in that timeframe. There's a lot of hefty items on April 13th and April 20th. So something would have to move off of that to create the room for council to have a full and robust discussion. The discussion to this point has been 2 hours or so, and we want to make sure that council isn't limited by a really heavy agenda. So I can work with the agenda prep committee this week to determine what needs to happen. If that's the will of council, to bring it back either on the 13th or the 20th. There's probably on either, at least 2 items off of either agenda that would have to move into May.
Okay, thank you for that, CEO Olson. Mayor Michaels, with that, did you want to attach a date to it, Mayor Michaels?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With that, I think I'd be, as long as there's an agreement of council, I'd push it with some flexibility no later than May 11th. So that gives us the opportunity for it to come to a standing committee meeting in April. But if not, based on, I think, the discussions with the agenda prep committee, it gives us the flexibility to say, okay, May 11th is also an option. We'll obviously target for April 20th or 13th in a perfect world, but I'm comfortable putting a date of the standing committee meeting of May 11th or earlier, no later than May 11th. My apologies. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Michaels. Okay, council, we have a direction request. Any comments, questions, debate? Okay, seeing none, if we could see it, please, Ms. Anderson. So there's a direction request that committee direct the procedural bylaw committee to update the draft bylaw number 1153 as discussed at standing committee on March 16th, 2021, and be brought back to a standing committee meeting no later than May 11th, 2021. Council, all those in favor? Opposed? That was carried unanimously. Okay, council, I have no one else in queue. Is there anything further on this matter before we move on? Councillor Hawes?
Just a quick question. I think I might already know this from previous discussion on, who determines, but the 22 urgent business, one in particular, I guess, that a matter shall not be one which be dealt with given written notice of motion. So is this on each individual councillor to determine what is urgent? And then because there is no voting, as Councillor Magoon said, I could bring an urgent matter that I want everybody to have blue doors, but it's urgent to me. But so is that the determination of the chair? And if it is potentially notice of motion, are all these things determinants of the chair? And this question, of course, is to the committee behind this. What is the intent? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hawes. Councillor Nelson?
I think from the conversation, the notes that I've taken, we would add the 2/3 to urgent business, pending an understanding that 2/3 is legislatively appropriate. So there's a couple things at play and really aligning it to section 21 would be, so it would be likely a vote of council, and whether it's half or 2/3 would be something the committee goes back and looks at the legislative requirements for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. Any other committee members, administration want to speak to that? Okay, Councillor Hawes.
So to clarify then,
Yep.
because right now we have urgent matters and somebody brings it up, doesn't necessarily mean there's a motion that comes from it. But this is if from that urgent matters brought up a motion is determined, then there would be a 2/3 on that motion, or it would be no motion. Okay, so it doesn't preclude people to not bring up matters. It's just whether or not there's going to be any actions directed towards it. Okay, understand. Thank you. And I do have one more thing, but I'll go back in the queue if there's others. So thank you, Chair.
Mayor Michaels.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just to clarify, because we do definitely want to get this right, and I apologize if it's redundant, but there would be first a vote to just even consider the motion, which would need 2/3. Then if that passes, then the motion that night would only need majority. So I just want to clarify in case, I know we've had a long conversation regarding this, but the process would be, hey, do we want to consider this 2/3? Once that's approved, then it's just normal motion 4-3. So just adding that just in case we confuse the conversation a bit. Thanks.
Okay, appreciate the clarity, Mayor Michaels. Okay, anything further, Council? Councilor Hawes, yes, sorry, my apologies.
No problem. I know it's getting late. I just wanted to bring up something, and I know it's not on here, but I don't know if there's any flavor for it, and because it would fit into the procedural bylaw, and that's to do with agendas. And I want to bring up a past, and we have an agenda set. We have an agenda committee that meets regularly. Obviously, there's a lot of work behind the scenes preparing these agendas, and I'm mindful of that. And I'm thinking of a meeting a few nights ago where there was a couple of additions to the agenda, which then it ended up that the entire agenda wasn't dealt with. And staff were present, to deal with those matters because it was on the agenda, but then it got postponed to another one. And I guess my question to council is, and if there is a discussion, small one around this, or if there's any appetite, is I'm all good with adding things to the agenda, but I guess my mindset is we'll do the agenda that is put forward to us, that was put together, and then when we get up to that, because part of it is we're going past the 4 hours, and if the 4 hours, after the 4 hours is a decision of council because we want the added things to get discussed, is one thing, but I just hate to see the hard work the agenda committee puts through, and then, and it doesn't happen very often, I understand that, but there are times where, it postpones things and then it messes with that agenda prepping committee and others. So I'm of the mindset I would like to, if it's adding to it, but if it's going to add, that we get the original agenda out of the way first and then discuss any additional agenda matters, which then puts an accountability on council to say, yes, I want to go past the 4 hours if we're at that mark, because these matters are urgent enough for me that they've been added, but we've finished off the rest of it. So I don't know anybody else's thoughts on this. If I don't know if the agenda committee or the agenda committee has any thoughts on this, administration, but I wanted to throw it out there for a quick discussion if there is one. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Hawes. Good points. Council, any input? Sorry, Councilor Nelson, was that your hand?
Yeah. I think a lot of that comes down to discipline from council. I think one way you could achieve that is requiring it to have 2/3 votes as well for anything added potentially. Like that could be an option. I think we should always be mindful of where we place it, but by always doing it at the end, it might be something really quick that can be handled at the start with the administrative staff that are there already. So I think legislating where it goes on the agenda could be actually, the last time it happened, it wasn't overly productive, but there's been previous times where you add things where that director or whomever is responsible is already there. And then I do think one of the things that was added that is different is in 5.2, it actually requires council by resolution to accept any new documents or information. And so I think I don't want to belabor that a lot, but maybe if people have questions about that, maybe just reach out to one of the committee members and we can kind of walk through it. And if you have some concerns, we can bring that back to the committee. But ultimately, if we're going to be considering information, it is actually voted on by resolution, which prevents that, us us using information that we got half an hour before a meeting to help impact our decision making. And it's very similar to urgent matters and notices of motion and all of those things to just ensure sound decision making. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. Mayor Michaels?
Nothing to add. I think Councillor Nelson covered everything that I would say too. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Michaels. Council, any other comments on Councillor Hawes's comments about additions to the agenda? No, seeing none, I'd speak to it quickly. I would support something that would require consensus of council before something is added to the agenda. I think this council's been pretty good, but you never know what could happen in the future if you have a council that just starts adding stuff to the agenda willy-nilly because they want to put it on the table and discuss it and not follow proper process. There kind of needs to be a good reason that something gets added to the agenda, and I think the support of council showing that they support the reasoning for adding it to the agenda likely would be a good thing to have in as part of the procedure bylaw. So I'd give it back to Councillor Hawes, and if he wanted to make a direction to, I'm not sure you do or not, but if you did want to make a direction, I'd be happy to support it. Being chair, I can't make one, or I would.
I understand that. Yeah, I appreciate the motion. And here again, no emotion on or direction on the fly that we're trying to avoid in the future with the procedural bylaw. I don't know. I guess I'd look to maybe a little bit to the committee to see where it would fit in the conversation potentially, because we are taking it back there. So I'm going to rely on you guys. I see Councillor Nelson's got maybe an idea.
Sure, I'll go to Councillor Nelson really quickly, but I do want to make a point though, that I don't think that with the committee's intentions, this is the type of direction that they're looking to not have at meetings. This is the organic discussion about policy or bylaw that comes, and this is direction we're giving to administration. I think what they're referring to is more the out of the blue stuff that's not related to any discussion item that's on the agenda and comes out of the blue and says, I move that we, I don't know, buy a toy car for every councillor, right? Like that's the kind of thing that I think is the intent that they want to try and get away from, not the directions that come organically from a discussion.
No, absolutely not. This is before, and that might take away, if I may, from what the planned agenda was for. I understand. No, definitely not that. It's just, I don't want to see the hard work done and potentially postponing, a financial discussion on, quarterlies or whatever that may come up, that do have, merit, but then we end up pushing it off to the side and suggesting maybe wasn't as important in the meeting as these were. And I just want to make sure that we're giving everything our due diligence in when coming up with that agenda, and that we're all in agreement. I know we pass an agenda, but it's by majority vote. And maybe that's where it is a 2/3 vote to see, is this something that we want to add to the agenda, and where it fits. So.
Okay, thank you,
Thank you.
Councillor Hawes, and apologies to the committee for muddying the water there, but Councillor Nelson.
Yeah, 5.3 does have the first thing we do is adopt the agenda subject to any amendment that council may approve by resolution. So it does require a resolution for us to add anything, and whether we have that discussion or whether we vote on whether that is by majority or by 2/3. I think is something that could potentially be done, and possibly when we learn more about the other sections that we were talking about, 2/3 versus majority. But yeah, and our old bylaw had that in place. I know sometimes we added things and it wasn't officially voted on, but that's going to happen from time to time, regardless, especially for small things or changing the order of things. So, and that's the discretion of the chair. But 5.3 does require that. So if ever there's somebody who wants to add and it doesn't look like it's going to go to a vote, that's where we just have point of order and we bring out 5.3 and it requires the resolution. So it should be okay. It's just whether it's majority of 2/3. So thank you.
Okay, thank you for that clarification, Councillor Nelson. Okay, anything further? Okay, seeing nothing, that we will move on To our fourth action item of the evening, the non-residential tax incentive bylaw. CEO Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. At the January 12th, 2021 Standing Committee meeting, Council directed administration to bring back a report for new, expanded, or significantly renovated business tax incentive bylaw. Research into comparable bylaws in other communities did help to shape a sample or a draft bylaw. It is attached to the report for Council's review. Just a couple of notes on what was included and why. The average length of the incentive program provided in a non-residential tax incentive bylaw is on average 4 years, with the effective time period either defined or not. So overall, the report really serves to provide some scope and other considerations to council in determining additional direction, including some high-level financial impacts, provided for some context within the report. So at this time, the direction sought by administration is to bring this draft bylaw forward for first reading as presented, but we invite council's questions or pieces of clarification that they might need, given that the direction was to bring back a report. Through the research and the compilation of this information, a sample or a draft bylaw was pretty straightforward to pull together based on the examples that were already being reviewed. So that was the intention there with that attachment and the work that administration provided in support of this item. I do have Mr. Kovach present tonight. He worked on the report and did the bulk of the research. So if there's any specific questions that council has, I will defer to Mr. Kovach for support. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, CEO Olson. Council. Councilor Nelson.
I guess this will be maybe a tough question to answer, but how do we feel about providing a tax incentive for new or expanded and not pairing that with some sort of support or incentive of existing businesses that are really struggling right now? So my concern is that although this is a good idea and I think it's a good incentive, I wonder if it makes sense to pair it with something that's an olive branch for existing businesses, because not losing a business is just as good as getting a business. And in today's reality, there's it's tough out there.
Thank you, Councilor Nelson. Councilor Magoon.
Yeah, I certainly agree wholeheartedly. I think that's why it's important that we as a council work with administration to move forward on some of the supplementary budget items that we discussed in terms of the surplus, because I think that's where that possibility comes in, is utilizing that funding that we discussed very specifically for that purpose. So that would be my response to that question. They're both important. We just got to plow forward and give admin the space to work on that next section so that we can see those possibilities. That would be my response to that.
Thank you, Councilor Magoon. Councilor Hawes.
Sorry. Yeah, the only response, I am looking forward to having the most money discussion. I'm excited to see, because the money that is left over is I'm not going to say earmarked for business, because we haven't had that discussion yet, but that was, part of the intent was, not only to reduce taxes for our existing both residential, non-residential, to supplement the budget somewhat, but to have those monies discussed and how might we support our local businesses this way. The same thing with the surplus as well, with those conversations happening. I guess maybe having those conversations prior to this conversation might have been maybe that olive branch to a certain extent, but knowing that those conversations are coming, yet not knowing what decisions are made yet. But, I think that also, gives opportunities for some of those businesses because of the expansion potentials here in some tax incentives, but maybe there might be some possibilities to branch out into, because we, into diversifying into other, parts of their businesses or things like that. So there may be some options there that might be available to them with this tax incentive as well. So, I think that the trend, as you were seeing, there's quite a few communities that are adopting this type of process and incentive within their communities. It's, would be remiss to not take a look at it. But I hear what you're saying, Councillor Nelson, and I'm hoping to have some of those discussions in the near future that will help to ease that concern.
Thank you, Councillor Haas, and thanks to Council for your comments in regards to supporting existing business. There is some pretty specific direction that administration needs, though, to be able to move forward with this tax incentive bylaw, if that's the will of Council. So if we could focus the conversation on that, and I'd look to administration and Council for some recommendations on how to keep the conversation focused and be able to get some direction to administration in a timely way, so they have the information that they need to be able to bring this back for decision at some point. Mayor Michaels.
Thank you for that, Mr. Chair. I'm ready to put a direction forward to create conversation in hopes of moving something forward. I'd like to direct administration to update draft section 6.0.
Mayor Michaels, which section?
6.0
6.0? Okay.
Correct. To reflect the ability for administration to administer the tax incentive agreements. And if I may speak to that, Mr. Chair.
Please.
So I think conceptually, I'd like to have a policy, or I'd like to have a bylaw that people who are looking to pick one location over the other know exactly what they're getting. Putting an extra layer of approval, a council could not allow it. So to me, we should set the parameters of what we're comfortable with, whether the number is $50,000, 4 years at whatever percentage. Let's set those, and then we know that that's the guiding document, that whoever spends an assessment value increase of $150,000 gets this discount. Not having that, I think we're in the same position. Major companies who are looking to set up shop here in Hinton will still have the uncertainty of knowing if they're going to get this incentive. So to me, that's one parameter that I'd like to really have settled in order for this to be effective. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mayor Michaels. CEO Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So to clarify, that is allowing administration to enter into the agreement with the business without bringing this to council for a decision.
Mayor Michaels.
Correct. With the parameters, as long as the parameters are met. So an increased assessment at this moment is over $50,000, and with the conditions laid out for first year is 100%, 75, 50, 25, unless there's further conversations this evening to change those numbers. But with that set in place, it would be allowing administration to broker those deals without an added layer of okaying it, I guess, for lack of better terms. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Michaels. Council, we have a direction request. So if we can keep our comments and discussion confined to that until the decision's made. Councillor Haas.
Yeah, I'm in full support of this direction. If we can reduce red tape, and give people incentives to know that, the bureaucracy is not going to get in the way, and the administration then isn't handcuffed, and say, okay, we can go this far, but now we have to go to council. I don't want to see an incentive such as that. I want to have it in place and give that flexibility to administration and to the business, or that wants to grow here or expand here. So I'm in full support of this change to the bylaw. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Claus. CEO Olson?
Mr. Chair, was there anybody in line ahead of me?
I have a few councillors in queue, yes.
Well, if it's okay if I speak to this just briefly. I understand the intent. I do have some concerns about how this sets up administration for success. If we're following the bylaw parameters and there's a company or a new development that disagrees with our judgment on moving ahead or not with the agreement, it may come to council outside of this process anyways. Ultimately, we would be approving large dollar amounts in tax, the incentive program. And I just want to make sure that council's aware of that there's that potential and there could be that impact. If council is comfortable with administration's discretion in following the bylaw, I just wanted to point that out. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much for your clarification, CEO Wilson. I have myself next in queue, and I'll also be supporting the proposed direction. I was honestly a little bit surprised when the draft bylaw came to us. I didn't really foresee that it would be an application process. It was more that a assessment of criteria, and if you meet the criteria, you just automatically you automatically qualify for whatever program's in place, and that it's in place already. I know for businesses that are looking at expansion, redevelopment, renovation, time is of the essence and clarity is important. So if they know ahead of time that as long as I can meet these specific criteria, I will automatically be approved for whatever this tax incentive program is, it brings a lot of clarity to them and their ability to make decisions on whether or not they're going to move ahead. And that's part of the intent or part of my hope that this incentive would provide to business, is they have absolute clarity in being able to make a decision that, yes, Hinton is the place that I want to go, because as long as my development can meet these criteria, I qualify for this tax incentive program, and it's going to save me X dollars over 5 years to help me get my business started. And that's what I want to see come out of this bylaw at the end of the day is clarity and incentive for businesses to choose our community rather than another one. So thank you, Mayor Michaels. I'm in support of the proposed direction. Councilor Magoon in queue next.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm very much in support of this. And I think the angle to consider too is that, in my opinion, I think this really looks to empower the municipality as a corporate organization. We've had those discussions on the street in the past, when I was a member of past council and certainly this council, there's always that talk on the street of what is the town of Hinton doing to encourage business? How is this a community who says yes to increasing and reinvigorating our local economy? And in this case, we can start touting not start, but this helps to tout us as an organization who, is, just as Councillor Ostashik said, very clearly saying yes with a very clear set of criteria. What is the town doing to build business? This is what we're doing. Look at the list. If you can do these things, we're looking to help you expand, and take advantage of this incentive program. To me, that's very clear cut, and that's a boon to both the public perception and what we're doing to invigorate local economy. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Magoon. Councilor Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I'm in support of that as well. The only thing I could think of that could throw a kink into it is that there's a requirement of municipal services that cost more because of a new industry or business that comes in than what the tax incentive is. But I think with offsite levies and those sorts of things, we're going to collect those anyway. So I can't think of a scenario where there is a budget implication that is a negative. It's not as much of a positive as what it would be with 100%, but I'll take 25% of something rather than 0% of, or 100% of nothing. So yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense. And yeah, unless there's a circumstance that somebody can think of how it would cost us in a current budget year, then I don't see why council should be making these decisions. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. Council, anything else before we call the direction request question? Okay, seeing no one, if we could see it, please, Ms. Anderson. There is a direction request to direct administration to update draft section 6.0 to reflect the ability for administration to administer the tax incentive agreement. Council, all those in favor? And that was carried unanimously. Thank you, Council. Council, what else? Mayor Michaels.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before I look to potentially add another direction, I do want to get a feel of council. In comparing this to other municipalities, if we look at our neighbors just east of us in Edson, they have 5 years of incentives. They have two 100% deductions for the first 2 years, then 75, 50, 25. Now, I think it's worth a conversation to say, do we want to stay competitive with them? Are we comfortable with just a 4-year at 175, 50, 25? I'm inclined to at least match Edson's, although they're our neighbors and we love them immensely. We do compete with them. I'd even entertain a conversation. Do we want to be even more aggressive? Do we want something 6, 7 years? But I think it's worth, while we're developing this bylaw, to say, what are we comfortable with? And right now, I'm more comfortable adding at least 1 more year. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mayor Michaels. Council. Councilor Magoon.
Yeah, just in short, to answer the mayor's question, yeah, absolutely. I'd be willing to support something to the effect of, 100 and at least another 100. I could actually be persuaded to support something like 100 to 175. Again, it's a competitive market, right? We're trying to convince a potentially new business or a local business to stay here or come here, and why they would be absolutely crazy to do business somewhere else. And so, I mean, that's free market economics, right? You've got to create a better deal than the next guy. And yeah, you're right. As much as we love Edson, we got to be better. We have to have a better deal. So there it is.
Thank you, Councilor Magoon. I had myself in queue next, and yeah, I think that a model that at least matches something that our next door neighbor to the east is offering would probably be a good decision, something to move forward on. I appreciate the numbers that came forward in this report and the increase in, increases in assessed value over a period of years. One of the things that it's a little harder to measure and wasn't particularly addressed in the report, though, is all the ancillary benefits that come from having industry or a major commercial venture come into the community. They bring employment. Employment brings people. Additional people stimulates housing. Additional housing with additional people stimulates future commercial development. And there's trickle down benefits or trickle up benefits, whichever way you want to measure it, that run across the whole board. It's more than just the initial assessed or the added value and assessments that one development brings. There's all the other benefits that come with it to consider too. So I'd be fully in support of looking at, as I said, and something that's at least matching to what Edson's doing. Sorry, did I see Councilor Nelson?
Yeah, I'm actually pretty comfortable with where we're at. I think when you do multiple years of 100%, that is where it could have a negative impact on a budget year for us, and that's what concerns me. If we want to have a conversation about one-upping every municipality, then we should look at our split rate and put it back to 1-to-1 instead of 1-to-1.6 or whatever it's at. Like, I think we need to be careful about how much we invest in the race to the bottom, and make sure that we're also doing things that make us better to invest in, not just from who's going to give us the deeper discount. So I think showing that we have similar programs is fine. But again, I think then that goes, the motion that we just passed, to me, then that affects that, because it can have long-term implications on our budget. And I don't know, where is that money for the second year to 100% going to come from? Is it going to be subsidized through taxation? And if so, then the average citizen is subsidizing future years of businesses. So yeah, I don't know. I'm good with where it's at personally. So I'll if it comes as a motion, I would vote against it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. Council, anything further? Mayor Michaels?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a direction, Ms. Anderson. That committee direct administration to add in draft section 3.1 a second year of 100% tax incentive. And if I may speak to that, Mr. Chair.
Sure.
Thank you. As Councillor Stashik said earlier, I think we have to do at least, Edson, this doesn't preclude us to do more, but I think the first 2 years should be 100%. I think this has a huge value. Now, it's really hard to quantify and play out the equation, and there's probably no right or wrong, but the idea here is to potentially attract somebody who's not just doing a $50,000 increase in assessment. This is for millions of dollars. A fourth grocery store in our community, this might help. We're talking about the big ones, and those have a quantitative effect that is immense, as the trickle down that was mentioned by other councillors, with helping other small businesses in our community getting procurements from, potentially a manufacturing plant coming here, another industrial operation. There's so many unknowns, but positive opportunities. So to me, at the very least, I'd like to support matching Edson, and then have a further conversation to see how aggressive we want to be. But to do less than Edson right now, to me, I couldn't do less. And this has an expiry date, like our neighbors. So this has a 4-year expiry date. It expires in 4 years. This is to see what we can get within then, and then reassess. And if there's an opportunity that, hey, this isn't working, or too many people are taking advantage of it, and we have to reassess it, then so be it. But to me, the pros immensely outweigh the cons, and I'm looking forward to putting forward something that might entice a company to come here. So that's all for me regarding this. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mayor Michaels. Councillor Magoon.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And to speak to that, looking to encourage some of my fellow councillors to vote in favor of this. The other thing to consider is that it's not just the 4-year review deadline where we can come back and examine this. If we run into the, in my opinion, very happy problem that there are so many businesses locally investing at least $50,000 into their business or new businesses, that it's going to potentially cause an impact on taxation that, we couldn't have predicted, then we revisit the issue as a whole, which is absolutely our legislative prerogative, and then we are certainly dealing with, some downstream positive growth, which is ultimately what we were looking to have. So again, keep our finger on the pulse, but again, no one goes to buy a product at the store that has the second best deal in town. People go to the store that has the best deal. And that's, again, don't do it halfway, do it well, right? So that you're the local region, or you're the local municipality that people are like, they want to do our business. And again, we need to send the right message. That's why I'm going to support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Magoon. Councillor Race.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mayor Michaels had brought up businesses possibly taking advantage of this. Could administration speak to how businesses could take advantage of this? Because, in reading the report, it's pretty fixed. And if they don't follow the guidelines, so is there any way a business can take advantage of this?
Councillor Race, I assume you're referring to taking advantage of it in a negative way
Yes,
that damages the town, not using it to their advantage.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Administration comments on that?
Chair, nothing's really coming to mind. I don't know if Mr. Kovach has anything that he would highlight. I don't think we came across any examples in the research that we did of communities that felt that a program such as this was taken advantage of in a negative way. I don't know if that answers your question. Nothing comes to mind to me that would be a red flag. If so, we would have highlighted it in our report.
Yes, we reached out to over 15 municipalities, roughly the same size as ours, and the majority of them were working on or in situ like ours, and none of them had mentioned any negative issues or had any red flags been raised with any of those communities that I had reached out to, and that Sandra had reached out to in the past month or so.
Maybe I interpreted what Mayor Michaels said when he said taking advantage of. Maybe I was taking advantage in a positive way, not a negative. Is that so? Oh, I'm sorry, my mistake. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Race. I was going to look back to Mayor Michaels too for some clarification on that comment, because I didn't hear anything about, or didn't perceive anything about potential for taking a negative advantage of a program like this. So thank you for that. Councillor Magoon.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I guess my question for administration, and it is really my only hesitation that I need to hear that we're clear and free on, is, if an organization was, say, Hinton's largest taxpayer, non-residentially, and they simply pumped in $50,000 to upgrading their business locally, does that then make them qualify for this program? At which case we potentially lose a lot of money. Again, that was my only concern in the back of my mind.
If I can speak to that, Mr. Chairman.
CAO Olson.
Yeah, I will defer to Mr. Kovach. Thank you.
So based on the information that I collected and the intent, whether it should be made more clear or not, is that you're not waiving all of the taxes. This is for the portion of whatever the new assessment is, right? So if the question is, where does the risk lie of us cutting all of their taxes as a result of a small portion of new investment, we're fairly protected with the wording. And if it's not clear enough, the intent definitely was that where the benefit is for the new development is in just the assessment of that new development portion, not all of the taxes that are applied to that specific property. Does that answer the question?
Okay, thank you for that clarification, administration. Councillor Magoon.
Oh yeah, I apologize. I realized I wasn't muted, but yeah, absolutely, Mr. Kovach. And I think really more so, it's just the addressing the concerns of any citizens in the community who may come at it from a very high level without that understanding, is to understand that we're not going to lose out on all of these pre-existing taxes. As Councillor Nelson, I think, put it, you can have a part of a percentage of some expansion that doesn't exist right now, or you can have none. So I think that's really the best way of putting it, is those two comments together. And I appreciate that clarification. Thank you.
Okay, good conversation, Council. I just want to remind Council, though, that there is a motion on the table. And so if we could make sure that the comments are confined to directly to the proposed direction, and then we can move on from there, that would be great. Councillor Waugh?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I just wanted to pose to administration. You had discussed and examined what other municipalities have either put in place or are about to put in place. I guess I wanted to hear from you. Why had you decided to bring forward a 4-year incentive as opposed to a 5-year that other municipalities have in place? There must have been some pro and con discussion that happened there.
Mr. Chair, if I may address that.
Thank you, Councillor Waugh. CEO Olson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll again defer to Mr. Kovach. Thank you.
So basically, when we went out and we collected the research, we took a look at, I guess like anyone else would, sort of the best practices, and we looked at averages, right? And so this was simply, I guess, an average, right? And so then the conversation starts about where the competitiveness comes into play. So if we had contacted 15 of these organizations and only 7 of them or 4 of them had something in place, 4 of them had a 4-year average and 1 had a 5-year average, right? So that was simply us bringing the information forward based on sort of the best practices that were out there or averages.
Councillor Waugh?
Just one follow-up, if I could.
Okay.
From your perspective then, and with regards to business attraction, where does this extra year of 100%, how much of a tool in your tool belt will that be?
CEO Olson?
Thank you, Mr. Kovach.
Certainly, yes. Having that extra year obviously is a huge tool in the toolbox, and I certainly would think that using again best business practices from the private sector, certainly you would take advantage of any resources that could put you in a better cash position, and that obviously does that, right? So it's not my place to talk about managing the budget. That's a council related issue. But if you're asking me simply about if I was a business person and if this was another tool in the toolbox to attract a business, it's definitely an advantage for sure.
Great. Thank you, administration. Councillor Waugh, good?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Council? Okay. Seeing no one else in queue to discuss the proposed direction. Call to question the direction to direct administration to update. Oh, sorry. To direct administration to add in draft section 3.1 of the non-residential tax incentive bylaw, a 2nd year of 100% tax incentive. Council, all those in favor? Opposed? And that was carried 6-1. Council, anything further? So council, would we like to see this back at some point, or Councillor Waugh?
I move that committee direct administration to bring the non-residential property tax incentive bylaw to a regular council for first reading as amended.
Perfect. Thank you, Councillor Waugh. Council, we have a direction request before us. Any comments, questions? Councillor Magoon and then Councillor Nelson.
Yeah, no, just I'd like to express appreciation to administration for the work done on this, and I'm looking forward to supporting this moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Magoon. Councillor Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will be voting in favor of this going first reading. And without a date on here, I'm hoping that allows for us to determine what we're doing to help our existing businesses that aren't expanding and just trying to survive. Because if this comes to council prior to that, it will be very difficult for me to support at that time. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. Council, anything further? Okay, seeing nothing, we call the direction request question. That committee direct administration to bring the non-residential property tax incentive bylaw to a regular council meeting for first reading as amended. Council, all those in favor? And that was carried unanimously. Thank you. Council, is there anything further on this before we move on? Okay, it is very near 8 o'clock. We've got a significant amount to get through yet. Councilor Magoon.
Like to seek a motion to extend, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Magoon. Motion to extend. Council, any comments, discussion? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed? That was carried unanimously. Okay, that brings us to our information item for the evening. I should ask, we've been in session for an additional period of time. Is there anyone that needs to, would we like to take a break for a few minutes before we move on? I'm seeing some heads nodding, so we'll take a 5-minute break here. Thank you. Okay, welcome back, everyone. We'll reconvene tonight's standing committee meeting. We are now on to information item economic development status. CEO Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. At this point, I will invite Mr. Kovach, our Economic Development Officer, to begin his presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and committee members, for the opportunity to present this evening the economic development status update for March 2021. Next, please. Okay. Again, starting from the beginning of the process in the journey to where we are today with economic development, it was decided through an economic development strategy with consultation of council and the business community that there were 4 major objectives. And so that will be the core of what I continue to do until that's changed. Objective number 1 was improvement of the investment readiness and a proactively attract targeted sectors. Number 2, implement business retention and expansion programming. Number 3, increase tourism and asset development, and develop a housing strategy to support income residents and population growth. Pardon me, incoming residents. Next slide, please. So important in ongoing opportunities for economic development are those external relationships. And we have continued to maintain relationships and develop several new ones. We continue to work with the Valley Business District. Obviously the HREDC is very active. We have partnerships with the Chamber of Commerce. We work closely with Community Futures, obviously with Alberta Labor and Immigration, their department changes on a regular basis, and I apologize for that not being updated. Alberta Economic Development and Trade. Obviously, we've got some projects on the go with Travel Alberta, and in the last year, we've started to work with the Northwest Alberta Charging Network to develop a charging car charging network within the corridor Highway 16. So we've got some established networks. Obviously, I work directly with the administration and Chamber of Commerce and Community Futures, and we have tried incredibly hard over the last year through COVID to reach out and do regional economic development. And to that end, we have had some opportunities to work regionally on a couple of initiatives, specifically 3 Travel Alberta grants. And we have a local group that has extended out to Whitecourt, Edson, Hinton, Rocky Mountain House, and Drayton Valley. And that has obviously created some fruits for us as far as some information that you'll get later with regards to possibly an energy corridor in the future. Next, please. So again, the basic 4 tenets are business retention, business expansion, business attraction, and tourism. Next, please. So objective number one is investment readiness. And so as a result, over the past year, I've had an opportunity to attend the International Shopping Center Conference in Whistler and also the Edmonton Expo franchise. And that's netted some opportunities for us. It's resulted in a couple of clients, and we're in the pre-development work stage as a result of both of those meetings. And we actually have some development permits that we expect to be issued in May as a result of leads that were generated in those two functions. Next, please. So in the past year and more recently, we've been working on a CARES grant, which is Conquering the Digital Divide. Phase 1 is completed, and that's basically the research section. We've got a budget reallocation and extension that was put forward due to the circumstances of COVID, and that was granted. And so what we're doing is we're reallocating the budget from what would have been an event where we would have brought our target audience to Hinton and work them through a hackathon and use that information as a target for those businesses that we were going to recruit to the community. And because COVID has made that so tenuous, what we've decided to do is create a business retention or business attraction video that we would use to attract those individuals. As well, from a business retention and expansion attraction perspective, we're proposing that we do a business recovery strategy in conjunction with the business community. And that would work well with the comments that were made earlier that if we're going to provide a incentive from a tax perspective to certain businesses, that there may be an opportunity in conjunction with the business community in a non-prescriptive manner to identify those programs or services that could be focused on the existing businesses rather than having something just for businesses that are expanding their business through development permits. We're currently also working on a Shop Local campaign, which is basically 2.0 of a Hinton First campaign that's happened several years ago. And in conjunction with that Shop Local campaign, we have decided that we are going to update the Hinton First webpage, and that refresh is currently underway, and I'm being assisted in that with from FIAS and the communication department. Next, please. So council and economic development COVID long-term business recovery strategy, again, based on the information that we gathered from the survey and the results that we would get from the local business community and business support organizations would help us with that long-term recovery. And I've had initial conversations with Community Futures on a couple of fronts. One with regards to some of the support that they've provided in other communities from a strategy perspective and from a deliverable perspective. And in speaking with the general manager, she'd confirmed that their organization would appreciate the opportunity to work with us to help create that strategy for Hinton if the opportunity was extended to their organization. Next, please. Objective 3 is increased tourism marketing and asset development. And of course, many of you from council have been out to the meetings that we've held that have included the Danner folks. And so we've started to review the Alberta Northern Rockies Tourism Alliance Destination Management Plan that was created some time ago. And what we're planning to do is create an abbreviated version of that that we can use as a working tool, as a document to gel the Danner group. There's a current attitude in the tourism community that they're struggling and they're looking for some guidance and looking for some key direction that they can utilize in helping them move forward in 2021. So our hope is that we can bring something back, 5 or 6 key action items as a result of reviewing that and applying it to the current COVID circumstances and using it as a piece of leverage to help the tourism industry as moving forward. We continue to work with the local hoteliers and Danner and the Danner group to create a framework that would allow us to establish what would be considered a destination marketing fund that would be derived from non-taxpayers' dollars, basically collected through the hotel community. And so we're going to address that issue again within the next 30 to 60 days. The last 30 to 60 days have been fairly difficult on the hotel industry. And they've really depended on their crew business over the last probably 90 days. And they're hoping that some support that's coming from Travel Alberta in a marketing perspective can help. Next, please. So we have partnered with the Chamber of Commerce in applying for a number of grants, and we continue to work with them specifically on building out Explore Hinton .ca or explorehinton.org. And that organization's been very successful with the grant that we got from Travel Alberta in using social media, particularly blogs and Instagram posts and Facebook posts to generate a significant following. Next, please. So some of the statistics associated with the social media these are compiled from February 2020 or May 2020 to February 2021, and that coincides basically with the first Travel Alberta grant that we applied for that helped us actually develop explorehinton.org. And so in the past year, we've delivered or distributed 42,000 direct mail pieces to Edmonton, Whitecourt, and Red Deer. We initially did a run of approximately 30,000, and then we most recently, in the last month, had a surplus or some money left over in our Travel Alberta grant, and we circulated another 12,000 in Edmonton. As far as Facebook posts, we have posted 100 Facebook posts, and we have 572 followers. Instagram, we have 75 posts, and we have 645 followers. And there you can tell that we've got different types of followers and a different type of response. We know that the followers are 54% local, 46% non-local. And from a website perspective, visitor origins at this point in time are 70% from Canada. Visitor origins are, 78% from Canada, 7% from the US, and 6% from the rest of the world. So we continue to work with Travel Alberta on initiatives, and we're focused mainly on the social media, and we intend on growing that over the next couple months. And we found out that we now have an opportunity again this year, as of today, to be involved with Travel Alberta, where we have to apply no matching funds. So we have an opportunity for some free marketing money if we find private partners through the Danner organization. Next, please. So objective 4 is housing supports. And so we've been very successful in this last year, working with the Development Services Department. We have completed the due diligence report for the McMillan lands. We have completed the design charrette, and those design charrette recommendations have been brought forward. And as a result of that, we actually had an opportunity to apply for a rapid housing initiative for the McMillan lands. That grant application was more than 4 times oversubscribed based on the amounts of the applications. And so we were unfortunately unsuccessful. We knew going in that our success rate was probably around 20% based on the competition. In conversations with CMHC in the last week, we understand that there's an opportunity for us possibly to partake in a second intake as the minister is going back to Parliament in the next session, and we'll be asking for an extension of that particular program. Next slide, please. So this is where we've had some significant movement. I've had a great opportunity to work with Winston and HREDC, and so from an emerging opportunities perspective, we have had an opportunity to identify the energy corridor option. And we've had an opportunity to look at bringing back post-secondary education, and we've had an opportunity to do some tourism product development from an international perspective. And so starting with the geothermal process, it was recognized in the last budget that corridors and collaboration are very important to the current political regime. And there is, I believe it's Bill 36 or Bill 37 that actually is supporting alternative energy. And with regards to geothermal, there are three test sites in Alberta currently. And at the federal government level, there are program dollars that are available for the management or the administration of energy corridors or opportunities to identify alternative energies between communities. So there's some significant work that's been done there, and there's an Alberta company that has had some recent success in Drayton Valley, and we understand that part of that energy corridor that goes, basically along Highway 16 all the way out to Prince Rupert is currently being sought after by a number of energy companies, and now would be a great time to investigate that opportunity. We've also had an opportunity to reach out to Northern Lakes College and talk to their president and understand if there is an opportunity for them to provide services to us. They have been identified as a post-secondary education institution that's very nimble and that can respond very quickly to smaller cohorts. And I guess in what would be considered a brokerage format, can bring more classes to bear in a community our size than many of the opportunities that currently exist with post-secondary education institutions that we've had relationships with in the past. On the tourism product and development perspective, a group called Under Canvas, which is a glamping company from the US, which typically locates outside of national parks in the United States, has reached out to Travel Alberta and looked for opportunities in the vicinity to and Jasper National Park. And so within the next 7 days, there'll be meetings between the Under Canvas group, myself, Travel Alberta, and 4 interested parties that I've reached out to locally that are either landowners or tourism operators that see this as a significant opportunity to put Hinton on the international tourism map as part of an opportunity with Under Canvas. Next, please. Looking forward, that's what we've done, and so this last slide was sort of what we thought we could do next, and obviously there's more that we can do. Next slide, please. So going back and circling back to developing a long-term recovery strategy, guided by input sought from the local business community, and again, wisdom that's collected from the impact survey that was done in the fall. We think it's important to support Hinton's long-term economic recovery with a strategy that includes input from the business community, so that we're providing opportunities to them that are relevant to them and can have an immediate and lasting benefit. Again, from a long-term management perspective, we want to work with local tourism operators and create a destination management plan, again, guided by local operators and supported by those agencies like, again, Community Futures, ourselves, the hoteliers, and have a plan with short-term specifics initially with deliverables that are COVID related, so that we can have that transitional phase that brings us the support that we need to get coffers back into the operators' accounts, so that they can plan for a long-term future and start creating a situation where Hinton is no longer a self-directed tourism destination, but it's a destination that provides a plethora of opportunities for operators to generate employment and coffers in the local economy. Next, please. So this is, with regards to destination and expansion and attraction, we've got a dedicated staff, which is me, and I'm reaching out to the existing business community, and I'm trying to work with our business partners to identify those opportunities and, again, those relationships that can foster new businesses. And the goal is to reduce the disengagement or the risk of business migration from the community. And so we want to make sure that we're providing those supports that can assist the remaining businesses to expand. Next, please. So, and again, with the destination marketing feed, drilling down a little bit further, consensus is that this is an excellent idea. And the barrier is the resources necessary to take the lead. It has a great ability to be a game changer in securing long-term sustainable growth for tourism. And really, again, going back to the fact that we have a lot of self-directed opportunities for tourism. The destination marketing fee would allow us to not only get involved in the marketing portion, but in supporting the long-term development of the opportunities that you market. We would look at supporting events, and we would also look at supporting product development, which would obviously perpetuate the growth of the industry and create more opportunities for marketing. Next slide, please. Certainly going back and drilling down a little bit more with the housing strategy, certainly there's a lot of opportunity here for population growth and population retention. One of the things that I would like to state at this point in time is that in our current budget, we haven't addressed any funds associated with the housing strategy. And I would like to propose at this point in time that for 2022, that if we're going to continue with our development of the McMillan lands, that we start collecting the appropriate information that's going to support further strong business case decisions for any housing a strategy that we're involved with, that obviously includes continued support for the McMillan lands. Next slide, please. So proactive communications and a marketing plan is very important to me in my position. We need to position ourselves as being market ready, and we have to have those tools that allow us to leverage those opportunities for small business, and to talk about value chain, and to look at supporting lone eagles. And so one of the things that happened as a result of our budget constraints in 2020 was that we didn't really have an opportunity to get a communication and marketing plan put together. That's a priority for me this year. And also in that regard, certainly refreshing the web page that we have, not only for Hinton First, but for our economic development page, so that we're using the right language and the right tools to communicate to an audience that is somewhat differentiated from what I consider an average taxpayer who's looking for library schedules and swim schedules and garbage collection and other fees. We need to be able to provide statistics and communicate at a level and in a style that is appropriate for local entrepreneurs that need to make business decisions, and for site developers and real estate agents in our community and outside of our community that want to make an investment in our community. And we have to make sure that we are competitive with other communities that are providing similar opportunities, and make sure that the information we're providing allows them to make those decisions in a timely manner, so that they're not using the time to make decisions to go to other communities. Next slide, please. So challenges and opportunities. This is obviously something that is pervasive throughout any municipality in Alberta and in Canada. So budget implications are there. I'm not going to go into detail. If we could go on to the next slide, there's some more specific opportunities or challenges. So challenges are a diminishing funding support for provincial government, increased competition for grant dollars, of course, and competing with strategically located communities for limited investment opportunities. And we started to work on that to some degree tonight when we talked about what we were doing with the non-residential tax incentive. From an opportunities perspective, we talked about what those emerging opportunities were. There's a focus on collaboration with adjoining municipalities. I think that's very important right now. A focus on economic development strategies that will, obviously provide the best returns, and the focus on growth, and not on cost cutting. And if I can go back up to the second one, focus on economic development strategies that provide the best return. I think there's an opportunity for us internally to look at our relationship with our business community and try and identify some of the levers that we can use, not only for them to stay afloat, but for them to actually provide opportunities for us for us as an organization as well. Some of those opportunities would be import replacement programs, where we have an opportunity from a procurement perspective to look at our local business community as a way to support our organization, and in turn us supporting the local economy through a procurement process. Next slide. So we will continue to work towards our goals. And I will continue to be dedicated, and I look forward to any opportunity to meet with the local business community and to continue to work with HREDC and ad hoc groups that bring ideas forward that can help us impact the future of economic development in our community and in our region.
Okay, that's great. Thank you for the presentation, Mr. Kovach. Council, any comments or questions? Councilor Magoon.
Certainly not that I expect that you can say anything, but I have to admit I'm the teeniest bit intrigued about the teas in terms of what upcoming development permits there are in May. So thanks for the teas, and I can't wait to see what that sort of lends itself to later.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Magoon. Councilor Rice.
Thank you, sir. Scott, thank you for your presentation. Oh, I'm sorry. I wanted to ask about the car charging network.
Yes. What details were you looking for?
Just an update where we
Oh,
are.
sure, certainly. So, we have 23 communities along Highway 16, Highway 40, and I apologize, Highway 43. I'm sorry, I'm like a deer caught in headlights. So basically, the space in between Edmonton and Jasper and Grand Prairie. So in that triangle, we've got 23 communities, and so we have made application to the federal government, and we have been in talks with the provincial government for support at a non-grant level. So we've approached them at the ministerial level, so that those conversations continue. But we've gained a couple of larger partners that give us a little more clout. When we started this process about a year ago, we didn't have Edmonton on board, and so since then Edmonton's come on board, and whether it's just the political capital, or if we take a look at their input maybe from a per capita perspective, if we had some type of marketing dollars that were being applied to it or whatever, there's a scale of economy that Edmonton brings to the process. But the bottom line is we started obviously to be environmentally friendly, and from my perspective, I took a look at it from a tourism perspective and said that if we can get a charging station that's co-located at Green Square, we have an opportunity to do two things. We have an opportunity to highlight our local experiences through the Visitor Information Center, but having that station where I'm suggesting it be located, if people are charging either for 40 minutes or for 2 hours at either the level 1 or level 2 station, they have the opportunity to experience coffee shops, and they have an opportunity to experience hobby shops and they have all sorts of opportunities to spend money in our community or plan for their next vacation if they hadn't already made Hinton part of their planning, as a destination.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Council? Councillor House?
Just a quick question to administration. I noticed on next steps, the last point there talking about gauging council's interest in pursuing post-secondary education. What do you need from us to gauge that? Or is this going to be something that's coming to a future standing conversation, or how is that going to? Because if I may speak to myself, I would love to see some sort of post-secondary education return to our community. I know that we've been drifting rural centers, larger centers drifting away from the rural, but it'd be nice to entice. And I know other small communities, Northern Lakes has opened up in some communities in Alberta, so especially in the north. So what do you need from us?
I actually, I'm assuming that Winston is still in the conversation with us.
Okay.
And he had said that he would like to speak to that. Winston? All right, I can certainly speak to it briefly. Sorry.
Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Kovach, Mr. Rousseau is on the line. I don't know if you could see him in your grid.
I can't. Sorry. Sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So, Councillor House, to your question, I think what we'd like to see, just to preface it a little bit more, the president from Northern Lakes College is quite anxious that we get, of course, council support on this, because there's a bit of groundwork that must be done. He, as the president of Northern Lakes, will have to talk still to the president of Grand Prairie College, because you still have the regional stewardship in place. So they don't want to tread on each other's footsteps, even though they won't be physically coming to Hinton right now, which is going to be a virtual presence. It is still part of the regional stewardship that needs to be respected. In addition to that, they also have to talk to the Minister of Advanced Education, which is a formality, and we've gone through that process very quickly. So what we'd like to see from council is that you would ask us to bring back a formal report to standing committee, or maybe a future council, that administration pursue the next steps to look at the opportunity to bring education to Hinton through Northern Lakes College as a starting point. It doesn't have to stop at Northern Lakes, can be UFA, that can also come virtually because they've got a different program offering. So that would be our suggestion and recommendation.
Okay, thank you. And so to C. Olson, is into the agenda prep committee, is that something that's coming forward in the coming weeks?
Yeah, Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through to Councillor Hawes. This isn't something that has been discussed at the agenda prep committee level. Really wanted to introduce the concept to council tonight to kind of gauge council's interest before potentially, bringing a report that has all the information that you'd be looking for in order to support something moving forward. Didn't want to enter into something and be presumptuous and bring something forward without having at least a preliminary conversation with council. This is something that Mr. Rousseau has experience with in Drayton Valley, and connections and conversation is happening organically here. But wanted to kind of test the waters with council first before doing anything further. So I don't know if that answers your question, but that was
No, absolutely. No, I appreciate that. Thank you, CEOs. And I mean, and again, if I can just speak for myself, but I mean, part of our strategic plan is keeping our young people, in our communities and potentially employed, and, being able to educate themselves within our walls of Hinton, and not have to, go outside of Hinton to a larger center is always, I think, there's going to be some that are going to do that, but there's going to be some students and people that want to upgrade that prefer it. So I think having that option is definitely important in our community if we can have it yet again. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Haas. Councillor Legault.
Yeah, just speaking to the question that was raised, being in the educational field, this is an area actually I've talked at length with a number of colleagues in terms of higher education. Again, just speaking for myself, seeing another higher level institution come into the region, I think is a positive. However, I guess I would hope that the future of those discussions long term would be the build out of ultimately a regional or satellite campus in this area. And I certainly understand the nature of the business, establishing a foothold and using that to develop your base. But ultimately, one of the discussions we've had at length, again, with my colleagues, is the fact that we will continue in this region to hemorrhage students unless there's something to attract them and keep them. Students do not go to a college solely based on, the academic rigor of an institution. Case in point, where do my grade 12s go? They go on tours of campuses. They want to go and see the physical place. For them, place is important. So, that whole notion of virtual campuses, it's a great start, but I would hope that we're building towards a greater partnership and that's part of those initial discussions. Because ultimately for me, if that's not where an organization wants to go, I don't think it's going to have any sustainability long term. And that's just being, as frank in this business as I can be. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Magoon. Council, anything further? Okay. Seeing nothing, I'd like to thank Mr. Kovach for his presentation. Appreciate the economic development status update and look forward to the next one. So that brings us, thank you. That brings us to council reporting. I will start with Councillor Reese.
Nothing to report, sir.
Thank you. Councillor Magoon.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Next Wednesday, I have an RCMP committee meeting, so I'm looking forward to attending that and reporting back to council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Magoon. Councillor Waugh.
Nothing to report right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Waugh. Councillor Haas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple of things. Myself and Mayor Michaels have a waste management meeting tomorrow. We get to take a look at some financials, and then we also get to take a look at the RFPs that were presented by various organizations and look at the governance and administrative models. I have library board meeting as well next week, so I'll have an update on how things are looking with the doors open there now, and I'm sure lots of our residents are enjoying that. I've also, and I was going to send this out to, I know I'm not part of the policing committee, but it was something that I wanted to attend last year, but unfortunately COVID decided that wasn't going to happen. But it's the AAPC conference on policing, and it's a world global type of conference, and it's got some very interesting things in regards to policing in rural communities and some of the trials and tribulations of that. So I've registered for that, and I'm going to send it out to the policing committee as well to take a look if you're interested in it. Also registered for the AUMA caucus coming up. Council, or it was, I think, the mayor's caucus, and then it opened up to all of council. So that's coming up in April. So I registered for that. I saw some really good, interesting things coming up on there. I thought I'd take part in those conversations. So other than that, that's all I have to report. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Haas. Councillor Nelson.
Last week, I was able to attend the BSN meeting, which is an in-depth look at the COVID virus itself. And there's always a solid roundtable with the business community. And then I guess just yesterday morning, Community Futures, we approved a little bit of an extension to the triple RF. We had previously approved up to $3 million of financing, and with still half a month left, the crew there was getting really, really close. So we've made a motion to expand that to 3.5 million. So again, it's been said lots of times, and deservedly, that crew at Community Futures and Nancy deserve a lot of credit. It's pretty miraculous putting getting that much money into businesses when they need it most, without any any real lead up to it. So to build capacity on the fly has been awesome. So I'm happy to support that little extension. So thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. Mayor Michaels.
Nothing to add, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Michaels, and I have nothing to report either. That brings us to urgent matters. Council, any urgent matters this week? Okay, seeing none, Chief Administrative Officer reporting. CEO Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As was touched on during the economic development update, our Rapid Housing Initiative grant application was not one of the successful applications received. Mr. Kovach spoke to the oversubscription of that initiative, and that the grantors are looking at potentially a second round, or an opportunity to take a look at the other applications that were received with some further funding. The work completed in that application is really useful, and it can be used for additional grant opportunities. So it's a good exercise and good information to have. Council is also directed through the same motion that directed us to proceed with that grant application and opportunity. There was also intention of the town of Hinton and administration working with collaborative partnerships in the region as well. So we are exploring what's possible, and we'll bring back any opportunities that we see for those lands and anything else. So that's kind of an open-ended motion that's present in the action pending list, and should have some updates over the next little while as to what's next. That's really my main update. I do have action pending list, Mr. Chair, if it's okay if I proceed with that item.
Yep, that's fine.
So really it's a quick update. There weren't too many changes. There were a couple in particular, just really date changes that I did want to bring to council's attention. MD 1759, there's a water service levels report that's outstanding. It's been further delayed to the end of the year. In the infrastructure services area, there's been several reports that have needed to move out due to capacity and some additional priority through the waste modernization and water treatment plant project, I guess, and what we're working on there. So really it's just delayed to the end of the year due to that capacity and additional research needed to meet that objective of council's motion. Further, MD 2031, I did miss it in the updated list, but the full cost recovery volume-based fee structure does require additional data collection and analysis as this rollout has been taking place. We haven't got the data from the community in its entirety to understand what the impact to that full cost recovery fee structure would be. So again, through some limited resources currently, we're looking at a revised date. I don't have a confirmed revised date for council, but it will not be brought forward in April 2021. So I should have an update in April when we take a look at this action pending list again to update council to when to expect that. The one other item that I'll suggest, we talked during the rec center grant readiness conversation about the outstanding rec center motions and direction that are within the action pending list. I think if it's fair for council, I know there's a number of items that are years past due dates and things like that. We're planning to bring that rec center grant readiness report to council in April. It's on time and it's underway. After council receives that and sees that information, when we look at the action pending list after that, conversation is taking place. At that point, if council wishes to bring forward any of the motions that are from a couple of years ago and do what they will with those motions, I think that conversation can happen at that time, and either direction be rescinded or added to, or additional direction through that grant readiness report coming to council at that time as well. So that's really my update for the action pending list. A lot of the additional comments and notes were updated, and we tried to take some care to provide at least a little bit more than we have in the past for context to council, where things are at. What does in progress mean? What are we waiting on? So that was really an exercise for administration through this last round to do our best to update some of those comments for council's benefit. And that's everything.
Great, thank you, CEO Olson. Council, are there any comments or questions on the action pending list before we move forward? Okay, that brings us to legislative services update. Ms. Randall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have nothing to report.
Okay, thank you. Executive Assistant Logistics Information, Ms. Anderson.
And I have nothing to report on.
Okay, thank you. That brings us to the end of our open portion of our meeting. There is one closed session item this evening. I could get a motion from council. Councilor Hawes.
Make the motion to go in closed session.
Thank you, Councilor Hawes. Council, all those in favor? Okay.
Just realized I just texted him his name and thought that we were ready to go. Probably thought, I don't know what he thought.
Are we good?
Yeah, we're good.
Okay. Okay, we're back in session, Council. Councilor Magoon.
I'd like to make a motion that we adjourn.
Thank you, Councilor Magoon. Motion to adjourn. All those in favor? Great, and we're adjourned. Thanks, everyone.
Good night,
Thanks, all.
everybody.
See you.
Good night, everybody.